So we're back. Looks like we're back on Yow Chow. We are back on Yow Chow.
We're back on Twitch.
Back on Twitch, back on Yow Chow, back on Facebook. The guys playing the ace two of diamonds. Raises to 300. 20,000 starting stack for the grand final. As always, blind starting at 1-1. As always.
Gary not going to be going anywhere with pocket eights versus under the gun open and flat +1. Like to see him just call this spot, but he has opted to come in for a free bet. Guy not going anywhere with a suited ace. Vida's going to come in with a 9-7 off as well. Three-way. Well, a little bit for Vidas here.
10-7-6.
Middle pair gut shot, and Gary with one overcard to his eights and a gut shot of his own. Fires for 1.7, and Vidas not going anywhere. Jack of diamonds on the turn. This is a card you expect it to go check a lot of the time. The eights got enough showdown, happy to get to showdown now. Need to be wary about hands that Vidas can have. Can definitely have some 10x in there. The river is the deuce of hearts. Vidas leading for 1.5k. It's a tiny bet from him, and with the eights versus this size, I can't see how we're ever folding this as Gary. Nearly 6-1 in the call.
Vidas shows a 7, but Gary's got the 8s. Early stages of the grand final 2021, the final leg and the final stream for the team in the very successful return after lockdown, and fingers crossed for everybody that we don't go backwards by the time we disappear and start again for 2022. I know a few countries have gone backwards. Dublin at the moment in partial lockdown. New rules appearing everywhere. Fingers crossed it stabilises and we just carry on as we are, because 2021 for the poker players has just been insane. The numbers have been incredible everywhere we've been.
Yeah, lost 3 already, guys. If you didn't
we
hear
lost.
when we were,
come on then, tell us.
We lost Albert Sapiano, Damien Legoff, and Terry Jordan already from the field. I'm sure all 3 of those players will be having a re-entry. 2 re-entries available per flight. As Mathieu raises to 300 with the ace-8 in the hijack, and that's going to bring Cameron in with the suited connector in the small one. He's actually opted to 3-bet this, and I like this a lot more from Cameron with this particular holding out of the small blind, taking the aggressive lead ourselves. Nice playability with our hand. When we flat, we're going to bring the big blind in, then splitting equity 3 ways, acting first on every street. We get squeezed out the pot some of the times on flops, just so much better to come in with the aggression ourselves, and got the better hand to fold there. It's a nice pick up from Cameron without the goods.
Good afternoon from, is it Deloitte? From the offices in the centre of London. Pretty plush is Deloitte.
How are we doing, Gary? Thank you very much for the shampoos.
Must be doing business, Mr. Gary McCaffrey, if he's in Deloitte's. Pretty plush. Glad you've had a fantastic week, and yes, yet again, we can only thank you for the token that we got and received on the live stream yesterday.
Yeah, one bottle's already gone because I was out in Leicester Square last night, spraying it around everywhere. thanks, Barry. Great gesture.
Absolutely.
Appreciated. And one will be getting cracked open, I'm sure, Sunday evening.
Indeed. Papa Smurf says, are they playing at the Vic? Yes, we are. The £2,000 buying grand final is underway. Buying, this is day 1A. Play all day, buy-in all day as well. Day 1B is tomorrow during the day, 60-minute levels. Day 1C is the turbo that will start at 9 PM. Same structure, just on a 20-minute clock. And then day 2 will start on Saturday. If you want to late reg or buy into day 2, you can until 11:45, and then the cut-off is then. And then we crown a champion sometime Sunday evening.
So Vida squeezing it up with a 10-9 after an open and 4 calls. Just comes in with a squeeze out of the big blind and takes it down on the ace-9 free board.
Hope you're enjoying Blackpool, Aaron. Sun shining in Blackpool today. Definitely shorts and t-shirts.
I call again.
It's a lovely stroll along the prom when the sun is shining. The 3 times a year it does.
I bet it's lovely place in the summer.
I'm going to push. Do you know what I'm going to push for in 2023?
Yeah.
I'm pushing for a summer lake in Blackpool. I'm going to have words. We go to London. We go to London 3 times. We go to Luton twice. We could swap Luton in the middle of the summer and do it in Blackpool.
I'd love that. I'd
love to be there in the summer. So
May
May time we could have Blackpool, and then obviously the November like we normally do, and then just swap it with Luton. Maybe alternate. Luton 1 year, Blackpool the next. Luton 1 year, Blackpool the next in the summer.
Do you want me to put a word in for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
With my mate Jim?
Your mate Jim, who gives you all the inside information. Yeah. J exclusives. Have words.
Yeah, I'll have
I think it's a great idea.
Or the winter, Aaron, to be precise about that place.
King 3-7, the latest flop. I think it'd be great having 2. I think it should alternate between Luton and Blackpool every other year. We've got checkity check. Chris shows his hand, and it's a winner. Obviously, the action tracker still having a few problems at this moment in time, but he gets it sorted. Oi, Chef Brad, thanks for the desserts. Everybody in the team, including Dina, Mike, and all the floor staff.
Raspberry cheesecakes, right?
A few of the dealers enjoyed the desserts. Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely. Afternoon, Rick. Watching on Facebook. Spring Cav Cup in Blackpool. You can bring Jay along to see the sunny prom. There you go, you see. There you go. Sure, the dates will be announced at some point. I think Blackpool's having a refurb as well.
Oh, well, the whole town?
I do believe. more the casino.
Oh, the casino.
More the casino. But I do think that Blackpool Grosvenor Casino is down for a nice refurb in the early part of 2022.
I'm sure it's lovely like in the summer. I just don't like the cold wherever I go. That's all it is. It's just a bit cold up there for me.
Chris McGuire is looking wide. Now, I'm not guessing that that's something you'd say meaning that he's a fat biffer.
No.
Is that something now, terminology meaning looking smart, looking good, looking slick?
I think he's been hitting the gym, basically.
Oh, that's looking wide with the arms, I see.
That's what Mike's trying
to
get
apparently
across.
so. Did he not get Adam Lowe on the job?
I don't know.
I think he got Adam Lowe on the job for a few months and transformed, and he said it's made his inner self better.
Oh.
See, when somebody turns to me and says, "Tower, you're looking a bit wide," I just know I need to eat salad. That's what I'm thinking. It is, Chef. It is, brothers. Yeah, it is. Ratty out in seat number 6. The winner from the other night. Two, 6, 7 is the flop. 2 clubs. Check, check. Trevor in 1 gets out of the way. So it looks like we're pretty stable at the minute. That's pretty good. Oi, oi. Oi, oi. Look who's coming to the table. Was on our 10.25 PLO. And also got himself a 5k package as well. Mr. Rich Kellett coming into seat number 9 by the looks of that. Hi Sid, how wheelchair friendly are the venues? Yes, this one's got lifts, and obviously the poker room in the Vic is upstairs. We have flat entries with doors, and then there's a lift and also a disabled lift as well. London is very accommodating. Most of them are, to be fair.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm trying to think of one that isn't. And no, Leeds has got a lift, hasn't it?
Leeds has a lift, yeah.
Leeds has got a lift. I can't think of any of the venues that
aren't. And obviously Paul Wilson plays from Teesside. He plays most of the legs. Paul's in a wheelchair as well. And there are a few others as well that have played the tournaments. So yeah, they are very accommodating towards disabilities and wheelchair friendliness.
I think they all are. I can't think of what does Coventry have a lift? The
yeah, it does. Yeah. As soon as you walk in, it's on the right hand side. Yeah. So level number 2 of the day, Rich Kellett coming along. Just around a seat in seat number 9, 20,000 starting stack in the grand final. Lines at 100, 100.
So I think this is the time we were having connection issues and had to have a little reset, so no whole cards at the moment.
Oh, right, yeah.
That will be sorted very soon. It's probably a 15-minute break today. Hans, going to usually a Sunday. Oh, it is a 20-minute break, Tal was telling me.
I think most of the way forward, by the sounds of it, we'll get definite confirmation, but by the sounds of it, the main events will be 20 minutes. But I'll confirm that very shortly. We're about 7 minutes away from the live break, 37 minutes away from our first break in play. Obviously not transmission, but in play.
It looks like Chris is raising here, Tower, on the ace-ace 4-3 board.
Yep, 4.5.
So I doubt Chris is going to have a bluff versus Vidas, because Vidas can be quite a sticky customer here. Vidas opening pre can definitely have pocket threes, pocket fours, trying to get max value from some ace-x of Vidas. As well as ace-4 and ace-3 suited will definitely be in the range of Chris here. Maybe even some like ace-queen that he opted not to 3-bet pre. I'm actually unaware of the pre-flop action because unfortunately no hole cards this hand for you guys, and Vidas just gets out of the way anyway, and unfortunately for us we'll never know what either player had. There we are, pocket threes.
Oi, oi, straight in. That's what he's here for. Brad not playing the grand final as he's busy this weekend. I'm guessing it'll be a hot buffet that he's doing this weekend. Oof. Ooh. Oh, nice bit of braised steak. I'm sure you'll be in the chat over the coming 4 days though, Bradders, even though you're not going to be in the building playing the grand final. Maybe next year, son, maybe next year. Sort it out, take December off. Next year's festival, we'll show you the dates for next year. And this weekend we'll get confirmation of the events during leg number 1. So Cameron 3-bets to 1.5 with ace queen off. Gets 2 callers. The 6-3 is a bit dubious, but Vidas is playing everything at the minute and it's top pair. So he's going to call here, not knowing where he is, to be fair. We can see he's in front. Cameron, the aggressor, pre. Let's check. I was just thinking it was going to check. Vidas will probably check as well. No, Vidas is coming in for a bit more. Another bet of 2,000. Has Cameron given up on the action?
Yeah, you'd expect now. Well, he obviously thinks Vidas is a tricky customer and can be at it here some of the time. Well, Vidas opening the 6-3 and peeling a 3-bet from the small blind gun versus small, and Vidas going to take this one with the 6-3. The table's going to see. Under the gun open, peel the 3-bet out the small.
Yep. And the old 6-3.
Peeled the 3-bet from the small, should say.
Well, next year, Brad, if you're quiet in December, could well suit you, because looking at the schedule for next year, as you can see, right down the bottom, right there, the grand final next year is the 1st till the 18th of December. Obviously, schedules to be decided, live streaming days to be decided, but 15, 16, 17 and 18th of December next year is the grand final of 2022. So if you're quiet in December this year, make sure you're quiet in December next year and come and see us at the GF. But leg 1 is there, 27th of January till the 6th of February. We're back down in the Vic. We'll get the schedule for 2022's first leg sometime over the weekend. Jim will finalise it and he'll shove it over to Jay, And we'll get the information regarding that. So all the dates are set, just the schedules to finalise for 2022. Oi, oi! Richard Whitmore's going to be turning 50 on the 23rd of January, just in time to play the first seniors of 2022. Good on you.
So Queen Jack for Trevor, raises to 300. And Vidas is just at it.
Yep.
3 bets the old whip out the small blind, really small sizing again, sub 3x out of position.
Here's 5 Jack.
Doesn't choose to continue on the ace high board, which should be good for our perceived range as the 3 better, but does turn wheel draw here though, so may be coming in for a delay continue. And Trevor going to have to call once here, once checking back the flop. Check back the flop so we can call this lead on the turn and take some rivers. He has got the Vidas touch, Dom. Like it. 8 of clubs on the end, so 7 deuce. Not choosing to bluff this river, and Trevor going to check it and take it down with the Queen Jack. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Reading next year. Aaron says great to see Reading back on the schedule. It's going to be a good leg. I'm looking forward to going back to Reading.
Yeah, Reading and Coventry added for next year.
Only a little hour trip for me.
Just an hour, is that all?
Yeah.
Nice one.
Nice and local. So Vidas continuing to get involved with lots of different holdings. This time 6-4 on the button, and Mathieu going to defend the Jack 8 and flops up and down on 10-9-4 Rainbow. So Vidas continuing here after catching bottom pair. Does actually have the best of it in this situation, but Mathieu with the lion's share of equity. Does actually now have counterfeit outs as well after it goes check check and queen on the river, giving Mathieu the straight, and checks it, gets a bit sneaky, and the Jack 8 is good.
Vidas doing Vidas things, it sure is.
We've got Ali Malou coming back tomorrow, first time this year.
Yes.
We'll be able to use that line again. Ali Malou doing Ali Malou things.
Got the call this morning. Tower, yes. I am back.
Chef Brad's loving it, loving that news that Ali Malou's back in. Is a fun one to watch, entertainment on the feature as Cameron raises to 300. And action on Guy here, who looks like free bets to 1.2k. So opts for 4x. Vidas going to flat the 7-6 suited. Kellett will get out of the way in the big blind. And Cameron here with the 10s. I think Guy against Guy, we're just going to be flatting here a lot of the time. There's Cameron. Wow, guy's got aces.
Oi, oi.
Oh, wow, and Vidus, who's been running hot this week, has just blocked the flush, and Guy's got the ace of hearts redraw here, Tower.
Wow. Oh, my days.
This is going to be bad news for him after Vidus snap raises on the Queen 9-5 all heart board with the flush and the redraw to the straight flush. And Guy, expect him to just call here, Tower. Never fold him. Just take some turns. But Vidus, very active, plays lots of different hands. Like, would he just do this with like a Queen Jack with the Jack of Hearts, or a Queen 10 with the 10 of Hearts, King Queen with the King of Hearts? Is he going to have some King 10 with the King of Hearts, King Jack with the King of Hearts, like gut shot, second nut, flush draw? So Guy never folding here, Tower. He's just thinking which way to proceed against Vidus. Maybe thinking about potentially free betting this. I think more often than not we're going to see a flat with the aces, but maybe thinking about free betting this against this particular opponent. And has opted for the free bet to 7.3k. And is that Guy committing himself? I'm guessing it is. So action back on Vidus here. Like, in Vidus' shoes, I'd just be flatting here with our 7-6 of hearts and getting it in on most turns. But I think the way Vidus plays, we could just see him 4-bet rip this one, guys. I think it's just going to be a 4-bet shove here from Vidus. Effective. It looks like he is pulling out the call. Like it. Just keeping some more hands in there for us as Vidus. I actually like this. I thought he was going to 4-bet rip, but can have some King Queen with the King of Hearts now. Maybe Queen Jack with a Jack of Hearts, and this is a nice card from our perspective as Guy, because it makes Queen 9 of Clubs and Queen 9 of Spades less likely, as well as that pocket nines. Only one combo remaining of that now, and Guy now opts to come in for the check, and Vidus fires for 7k, and I'm not sure how we're going to get away from this against this particular opponent as Guy. And there's the all-in. Just couldn't see how we're ever getting away from this one. Vidus makes the call. Aces for Guy and 7-6 of hearts for Vidus.
Just a nod of head from Guy, knowing he needs.
He's got 9 ace heart. He has got plenty of outs here, Guy, to stay alive.
He can't hit the 8 of hearts. The river's the 3 of spades, and Guy Taylor is going to make an early exit out of the grand final.
So losing.
Vidus is up to 42,000. Guy Taylor with the redraw with the boots, but misses.
Well, since we lost Terry Jordan about 45 minutes ago, the next person out after Terry Jordan was Terry Jordan.
No.
And then we lost Gary Fisher, Tadeusz Buzika, and now we've just seen Guy Taylor bust on our featured table. So plenty busting first level here in the 2K. Maybe fast and furious, not what I was expecting to see, but we've had so far today 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bust outs in the first session.
10?
And we've still got about 20 minutes left of this session, so unfortunate there for Guy. So Vidus, great week for him already, and flying out the traps here on the featured table to start the day. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brad, regarding that, but the way Vidas plays, he likes seeing lots of flops. I know he's cold called the free bet with the 7-6, and most players are going to muck that one, but he plays his game how he likes to play it, and it's worked for him on this occasion.
Unlucky guy. Always tough to bust out the grand final in the early stages.
So Chris coming in for value, and old Trevor gets out of the way. Already over the 100 mark today, Tower. 102 in. Yep, 93 entries, 9 re-entries.
Wow.
102.
I said we get about 100
already.
today.
Could be 150, 160.
Sure could.
Plus 300 odd tomorrow. Plus probably 100 in the turbo. Yeah, I need one of them.
Oh dear.
Where'd you get these from, Tower?
Boots.
Boots. I've never seen them on the shelves anyway.
Well, maybe you should go into Boots.
Boots.
Right on the corner as you walk.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Right on the corner.
So Kelly opening the button once folded to him with an ace, and Cameron going to make the defend with the king 8 in the big.
She'll lead on our table. The winner of the minute, Vidas Siriunis.
So Kelly back-to-back opens, 10s this time. Cameron here in the small blind. 3 bets to 1k. Like it. Like the hand selection, like the opponent selection, and the position that he's open from. Only thing I will say, maybe a tad too small, just over 3x. Maybe can size up a little bit more. But Kelly with the 10s here, obviously not going to be going anywhere.
Inside flop, ace 10, ace 8-5.
It may come in for a check now, Cameron. Can definitely, after we 3-bet this and get called by Kelly out of position, incorporate some checks in on this ace-high board, just for a bit of deception. And we've got one of the worst aces that we're going to have in this particular scenario, but chooses to go small, which is fine as well, just south of third pot, 700 into 2.2. And interesting one here for Kellett with the 10s, and makes a very good fold. Yeah. Very good fold from Kellett. We'll see some players call once there with position, but Kellett gets out of the way with the 10s. And another reason why we will incorporate some checks in with our hands for the deception. Times that we check it, sometimes we then get our street of value on the turn that we wouldn't have got on the flop.
George Robinson on Facebook says, what time will day 1 C Turbo finish tomorrow night? It's usually about 1 AM. All right. Usually about just short of an hour after day 1B finishes. So before 1 AM, I don't think. Round about 1. That's when we normally finish the live stream, and they've normally got 1 level left on the turbo. So around 1 AM, George, if you're thinking of playing it. Starts at 9. We're going to play the 20-minute levels which plenty will, and come down to London and the Victoria Casino upstairs in the poker room.
So Rich gets 3-bet again, suited A6 here. Have a quick look at the stack of his opponent.
Is that Raggy?
It is Raggy come to the table. I'm getting this price, 500, just under 3 to 1, 500 to win 1.4, suited ace, probably going to peel this one, and a quick flick into the chip, and heads up.
Inside flop. Where was that flop last time?
Yep. That would have been action for sure, Tower. And this is just going to be a bet call, and almost always here. You expect old Trevor with his top pair, top kick up to come in for some value. Don't need to go large on this board. Fine to go, I was going to say 600-700, but gone for 800 into 19, so just south of half, around 40%. Kellett going to need to find a 6. Got a 4 on the turn, so shouldn't really change anything here for the ace king. Kellett shouldn't have any 4x here after peeling off 3-bet out of position, except maybe some ace 4 suited, but only one combination of that, ace 4 of spades from our perspective as Trevor here. But now this is where it gets interesting for Rich Kellett after facing this double barrel here, because now we don't really beat anything other than a bluff in this spot, and coming up with bluffs our opponent has. Obviously there are some broadways that turn backdoor hearts, the king queen of hearts, queen jack of hearts, king jack of hearts, these type of holdings that are going to double barrel here. Need to 3-bet these hands in the first place. For value he's going to have the 10s, he's going to have the ace king, the ace queen, ace jack some of the time. But tough turn spot this for Rich with the a6 of spades. I wouldn't be surprised if he just let it go here. For that reason, does he think that old Timothy / Trevor is going to be double barreling as a bluff here in this situation in a 3-bet pot? And Kellett comes to the right conclusion. Didn't think he would, and made another good laydown. Money saved is money earned, or chips saved are chips earned.
Grand final, welcome to retake your seats. We'll be restarting in 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes remaining on the protocol. Pledge, you're welcome to retake your seats.
Which means we will be going on break in 13 minutes, guys. New feature table when we return. I'll mention 2 names. David Hay.
Yay! Oh, go, go, go.
And Sam Grafton.
Oh, it's going to be loud. It's going to be loud.
Attention all players remaining in the main event. We'll be back to the final players. Please retake your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining.
That is a 15-minute break.
Is
that 15 minutes?
20, definitely 20, I think.
So it is a 20-minute break, which means we will be back after the break at, I want to be precise, it'll be 2:57. So 2:55 we'll be in situation. We'll be in situ and we'll sit down and be bringing you the action live for the next session that involves David Hay and Sam Grafton. Surprised you've not got a chauffeur, Brad, to do with the school run. Very surprised. Rich Kellett flopping the nut flush draw, misses.
Yeah, has the best of it here though, still versus Vidas. After opted to continue. And Vidas bluffing at this one for 1.2k. And Rich made a correct decision in the 2 hands previously in tough spots. And is he thinking about flicking in the call here with ace high? That is the question, Tower, because maybe he thought Vidas is going to fire a lot of 8x, but like players will value bet a 7 on this river here, value bet a 6 even. But Vidas with the king 5 gets Kellett off the best of it. And Christy Fletcher says Kellett to win.
Oh, you're Christy, watching on Facebook. Hope you're well. Hope things are good, Christy. Good to see you in Blackpool for the GUKPT.
There's all players remaining in the grand final. Please retake your seats. You have 1 minute remaining on break dealers. If you have 3 or more players at your table, please prepare your decks now.
So Vidas 7-3 in the cut-off, raises to 200. He's got the chips to do it. Over 2x start in this first session of the day for him.
Players and dealers in the grand final, you're placing at 100, 200 with the 200 big blind ante. Please be video.
Well, 10 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a new table with us. Grand final started. 2,000 buying, and we're over 100, as Jay said a few minutes ago.
It's just like no Christian Dean as well. 28-7. Because he opened his first game and he was a match.
So 3-way to the flop. A lot of aces on the flop. Ace 6-6 this time.
Yeah, a bit of action because Matthew with top pair. I like the check behind here from him. One of them situations where we're well in front and we're behind. Kellett does have a flush draw in this scenario. Just opts to pass.
The guy in seat 7 looks like tournament director Lee. Is it Lee? No, it's not. It's Matteo.
Raggy's in 7, ain't he?
Raggy. Oh, yeah, sorry. Raggy. No, Raggy's from Nottingham. Plays a lot of poker at Dustledon. But this year, he has played every leg of the GUKPT. Won side events, won 30-30s. He's been very consistent. As James Clark, aka Raggy, in 7. Four-way to the flop. We do see a flop. It looks like it's gone King 3, Jack 2 hearts.
Yeah, lovely flop for Rich Kellett this, but Vidas with top pair. And it has checked through and Rich gets the jack on the turn.
Right. Turns trip jacks, got the flush draw.
Yeah, just massive hand for us here as Rich. Comes straight out firing. Vidas not going to be going anywhere with his king, that's for sure. What we've seen from Vidas.
Looks like about 300, which it is.
Draw into the case king. Don't actually want to see a heart here as Rich. This is actually a good card for us as Vidas. We now chop with like the king 10 suited, the king 9 suited, maybe even king 8 suited that Rich can have out the small blind. But Rich fires for 600. And Vidas makes the call.
I'm going to show him the jack. And Vidas just says, yep, nice hand. Afternoon, Zahir. Zahir Ibrahim watching on Facebook says, where has this been held? This is in London. Edgware Road, near Marble Arch, the Victoria Grosvenor Casino. We're here for the next 4 days.
4 days. This is what we got coming up.
What we got coming up?
2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th of December. Tomorrow, Christmas Jumper Day. If you're coming down tomorrow, we're running the competition, not just in the club, also on stream. We've got a Christmas cracker ticket to give away on stream. Sending your pictures of you watching the stream wearing a Christmas jumper. Tower and I are going to choose the best one, and they are going to receive a Christmas cracker ticket worth £110, I believe.
Yes.
And not only that, online's actually given us another, I think, another £390 worth of tokens to give away over the weekend. So we got plenty coming up. So tune into the stream. There's giveaways. There's free tickets. Looking forward to it.
Nice one.
You can't win them, Tower.
Oh, damn.
They're for the viewers.
I'll have to try in the free roll again. Won't be playing the free roll this Sunday because it'll be grand final day. The final day of Sunday, concentrating on the final table of the grand final. Can't be distracted winning a £5 ticket in the £250 free roll that we'll have on Sunday. So plenty of tickets to be given away during the week, as Jesus.
Might even give one away today, later on.
You're a bit frivolous with somebody else's money, aren't you?
It's not mine, Tower.
Always good to give somebody else's money away.
Yeah, nice. This from Matthew, just raising here with the king high after Vidas opts to lead turn. After Matthew had the betting lead after went check bet call flop. And gets the best of it to fold. It's a nice play there from Matthew.
So swapping tables with table 26 as Mike has just instructed the players in 3 minutes time when the break is on. We'll be back at 2:55 with the next level that includes David Hay, Sam Grafton, former grand final winner. How many are we up to, Jay?
We have got 108.
108 in level 3 of the day. Brilliant. Look, coming up to level 3. Fantastic. Nine, 7, 4 flop, 2 spades. Checked. We see a king of diamonds on the turn. Cameron bets. Vidas floats. He can't win the hand actually because 9 top pair for Cameron, but it goes check, check, and that is good. We're showing the 9. So break time in 2 minutes of 20 minutes, and then we're back round about 2:55 with a new table. which raises to 300 in the hijack with ace 10. And we get called in 2 spots. Both the other guys have an ace as well. Flop of 6, jack 9. Minus hits a 5. We can't see Cameron's cards. He's got them just hovering above trap 2.
And nice there from Kelly. Fires and gets it through. I think we've got one more hand.
No, Michael Cross just said we're on a break, guys.
There we are.
No more hands this level.
20-minute break, so we'll come back at 5-2, 2 minutes before the action kicks off, and then it's going to be the second session. David Hayes, Sam Grafton coming to the feature table after the breaks. You won't want to miss them too. We will be back in just under 20 minutes, guys. We'll see you then.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah.
You know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very, she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, nice. And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11 the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister I think was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better, and then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, with this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So
Yeah.
what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland and Blackburn and Burnley and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been during?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. It's the skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead. And it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and the games are very, very time consuming. So it's I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local 6th form college, and this was obviously a year or 2 after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one, I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really, really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's. Second for 1,200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Talk. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday draw.
It was by far.
Third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like, for me, it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step, and this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh, well, yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with PokerStars actually at the start of day two, and then I've got on this table, and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it. And I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and color them up. So yeah, that was crazy. Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row? I think I might have had them twice in a row. Instead, I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image, because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite, because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. Annoyed? Happy?
So yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold the card and flash it. And then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storakas. He's a Swedish guy, and there's it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe it was maybe a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's
What you want was the side by side. Side by side would be great. More expected. I've seen so many people. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Drinking. We're back.
So I'm in place now.
We are back. Featured table coming up is a corker for you guys. David Hay taking his seat.
Trees in it and everything.
Look at this. What is that?
Honey, lemon, mint and ginger.
Mint and ginger.
Who have we got, Jay? Come on.
So we've already seen Kevin on our featured table. Kevin Warrilow in seat 2 was in the 6 max yesterday. Seat 3, Rennie Z up to 40k already. Sam Grafton in 4 on his second bullet. Sam Barnes in 5. Antonis Polenengaris in 6. David Hay in 8. And Hervé Zogo is in 9.
Let's do it. The next the next level of the grand final, and as David Hay said yesterday, is a bit rusty.
Yep. 3 more bust outs we had before the break. I just mentioned Sam Grafton, Salish Dookie and Terry Jordan has maxed out for today, so
really?
won't see him back in the field. 3 bullets for Terry. I'm sure we'll see him tomorrow giving it another try, but they are the 3 bust outs just before the break. But we're back and ready to go for the session that will bring us up to the dinner break.
Awesome.
So Antonis just called on the button. David raised it up. I'm going to fire after flopping top pair and an up and down.
Start bluffing now on the beach.
This is where I do my thing. The cameras are rolling. This is where I didn't come alive last night though.
Oh yeah, you played something with qualifiers, is that right?
The last day was played the Haymaker Lookout series.
Oh, okay.
Grand Island last night. 8 people I lost first.
First out?
In my own tournament.
That's bad time.
Small one, there and one of them.
Too much pressure, it got to your head.
It did, it was. I crumbled under the pressure. Hack it.
No, it was a cooler though, wasn't it? Like, flopping top to...
That's 500.
Easy. No, that's true. That's true. Players who are on the table.
Always easy.
Two people didn't come back. They had 20 minutes and they haven't made it back. I mean, what are they doing? How long was the queue for the rest of them?
I think he's going to worry about 100 chips. If I were you, I'd watch the live feed, see what you missed. They were very good.
So it'll be good to see David playing. As we know, he said yesterday before he sat down playing the Haymaker that he is a bit rusty. He wants to get back into it now. Things have started coming back out of, back to normality and getting a little bit more poker. He has been in Vegas, as David, and played a few events over there, and he wants to get back into it again. and playing the grand final. So we'll see how he plays as he's sat down on the feature. Great to see Sam Grafton as well, back from Brazil, looking slick. Looks like he's had a little bit of trim as well since the other day. Mustard the thing, Jay. Have your haircut, get on the feature.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
So check mark going to Sam. Sam Barnes letting that one go versus Sam Grafton, who had the toppest of pairs. Mad match. I think it's to do with it's not compulsory in casinos. It's only shops.
Yeah, shops and transport.
So Sam raising the 7s, Antonis with the 6s, going to flat. And action on Renee with the ace-8. Expect her to defend this one in the big blind here tower, getting 5-1 on our money. Be very surprised if this one went into the muck. Renee flops best here, and Sam continuing here. In terms of range, we're going to have the best hands on this Ace-King 5 rainbow board. And Antonis has made the call with 6s here on the Ace-King 5 rainbow board. And Renee now coming in for the overcall with the Ace-8. And I don't think Sam's going to like that. I think this is going to be shut down from Sam Grafton, unless it's a 7 on the turn. It's the King of Diamonds. This is even more reason to check here now, as Sam does have the betting lead, but a lot of the time, like our King Queen, our King Jack, our King 10s, freeway, going to be good checks. So checks this one over to Antonis, who can plausibly have some King X in his range, but sitting here with just pocket 6s, maybe a bit wary about the overcall from Renee in the big blind. Checks behind. The river is a 6. That's why we call the flop.
Baby.
So finds very dubious call on the flop with the 6s. Don't think it's going to be winning long term, but if you're always going to river the set, then we're going to be printing.
Yeah, but we are going to be betting out here.
And
I think Rennie and Sam will work it out, and probably Antonis won't get paid.
I don't think they're going to specifically put him on 6s tower. They'll probably
a King X.
More inclined to maybe some King Queen, King Jack, King 10 that opted to check back turn here. But regarding bluffs, like, is he going to take this line with Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, the gut shots on the flop that are going to call with position? So maybe a little bit tougher spot than it looks here for Renee with the ace-8. But what Renee's got to ask herself here is how often, at what frequency is Antonis going to be checking back turn freeway with a king? If he's got a hand like King Queen, King Jack, King 10, is he not more inclined to fire on the turn freeway rather than checking behind, building a pot for himself versus ace-x? So that's what's going through Renee's mind here. We've got no removal to some Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, these type of holdings, and Sam's going to be thinking the same thing with the 7s, but probably this one way too low down to be making the call. But what's going through Sam's head here is exactly what I just said. Basically, the King X, Sam's going to expect the King Queens, King Jacks, King Tens to fire turn freeway almost always against this particular opponent. Maybe he could be value betting an Ace-X hand, Finley, so Ace 10, Ace Jack, these type of holdings, and comes to the correct conclusion. Good fold from both there. Antonis River in the boat with the sixes.
Afternoon, Adam.
Well done, Adam.
Well done. I know you got unlucky at the wrong time yesterday. It was very unfortunate, but well done for finishing second in the heads up. Well done. Good to see you too, and hope we'll see a bit more of you in 2022.
I did say to him yesterday at the cash desk, usually the best player in that comp always finishes second.
Have you played it before?
I did, yeah. I played it.
Where did you finish?
I finished second.
Oh, right, okay.
No, there's not much you can do when the cards are running like that. I think he had kings 3 times, jacks. Like, he was just getting lots of good pre-flop holdings heads up, and then obviously the great call you made with a 9. Got very unlucky on the river. Brutal game. You can make the correct decision.
Make the right call, and still one card to come, and it can still do you in.
You want action, right?
8 for ace. So Rene chip lead on the table, 37.9.
Trick says you're talking hands with him.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Any 25s about, just before Christmas, bit of Christmas spending money. There we go, Newcastle Walsall on the 9th till the 12th of December. And then Leeds, Bury New Road together, and Luton on the same weekend. Leeds and Bury New Road, playing Leeds, playing Bury New Road, put the prize pools together, and then the final day will be in Leeds. So enjoy those, and they're all expected to roll some of those out next year. Jay said yesterday in Jay's exclusive that Scotland will be
Scotland
doing it as well.
are going to doing the same thing. January, I think Jim said, for that one.
As soon as we get the dates for the schedules for the new rollout of the G400s and 25s, and the deep stacks are all coming back, we'll put them on the screen as well. But 25s coming back next weekend in Walsall and Newcastle.
So open under the gun from Antonis. Hervé going to flat the 8s in the hijack. Pretty normal so far. And Sam Barnes not choosing to defend the Queen 9 there. Surprised to see that. Veers to the tighter side, which is okay.
King 5-7, Rainbow.
So just one overcard to the 8s here of Hervé. But Antonis here going to have plenty of continues on this King high board, but opts to come in for a check. And we might see Hervé fire here now, tower. With only one overcard to our 8s, if we make the assumption that more often than not the King X are going to be firing, we're going to feel fairly confident our 8s are the best hand. The 9 equity to the Ace Queens, Ace Jacks, Queen Jacks, Jack 10s, hands like these. 1.2 into 1.7, so 2/3 pot bet here from Hervé. So size is up a little here with the 8s, and Ace Jack of Antonis just straight into the Mac. But we will let you know news around the room about other bust outs throughout the day.
Any news at the minute? How many runners we got? 108, 110?
125.
What? By heck, I'm a bit out with my prediction.
How's that million prize pool looking?
I tell you what.
imagine the scenes if that hits a million.
Wow.
Yeah, nice from David Hay. I mentioned that fold from him because I remember him getting involved at the Goliath with hands like that, limping a lot of them, early position and trying to see a flop, but maybe a little indication that has put some work in off the table and just gets out of the way with the 7-5 suited. As Hervé opens the King-9 suited and Kevin just 2x's it. With the ace-king, want to be sizing up with our free bet here. But opts to just come in for the 2x raise, and that's not going to get Hervé out the pot, because getting that price, he's not letting this one go.
6, 2, 4.
And Kevin going to continue, and this should be job done. Well, Hervé pulling out the float tower.
And Tom Robinson's on the turn.
It is just under a quarter pot, just over a quarter pot continue, so maybe...
Yes! Straight in! The Tom Robinson. 2, 4, 6, 7. Me and Madeline took it on through the night.
I wonder what you was going on about. I was like, why is he calling it an 8? What's that change?
And it's Tom Robinson's.
I was like, I thought that was a king for some reason. I thought the king was it.
You might need to be a little bit older to understand that one, ladies and gentlemen.
2, 4, yeah. Like it. Kevin double barreling with the ace king, getting that one through. Mel, yes, one player has maxed out already today. To answer your question, Mel asking, has anyone done max rebuys yet? There is one player in the field that's maxed out.
So he called in another card, and
there was 8 yesterday. You called in as well. 8 with an 8.
One of the best driving tunes ever. Makes you put your arm down and wind your window down and put your arm out, put your glasses on. Does anybody wind the window down? I'm just explaining winding the window down, and Jay's looking as if to, what's that? It's that
I remember when I was younger. I do remember winding the old window.
Nowadays
down.
You can just say, wind the window down. Wind the window down. What are you doing? It's that. Oh dear. See, Jerry knows, Blast from the Past. It's one of the best driving tunes ever.
So Sam Barnes raising over the limp from David. And David opted to limp under the gun. Only thing I will say about David here, probably a lot better to open the King Queen rather than limping it ourselves. But opts to limp call. And both players flopping a gut shot to the King High straight.
I think he's a call. Oh,
no, he just let it go. Just let go. The King Queen getting 4-1 on his money. There was a situation yesterday at the Haymaker free roll. I was watching it. I know I wasn't doing the comms, but I was watching it, and the ace-5 hand where he limped in with the ace-5, something maybe we need to eradicate from our game. There are situations when stacks are shallower, where you can come in for some limps, latest position, even early position as well. To do with stack sizes at the table, there are some scenarios where you will incorporate some limps in, but I think at this stage just want to be opening these hands from EP, give ourselves a chance to take down the pot uncontested pre-flop. We then have the betting lead, less people inclined to come in the pot because won't be able to call a raise but might be able to over limp. This is his first bullet for Mr. David Hay.
Came in late.
I'm not that fucking old. First ever one. I'm fucking old. How old do you think I am? 60. First ever one, yeah, 1953. It was me, Dawn Brunson, Chip Reese, fucking... Fuck off. First ever one. This fucking season 1. First ever one was Marinox, Brancy, them boys, with the top boys. And I'm after them. 2013. 700. The first series was 2007, 2008, 2009.
Grand final underway, level 3 of the day.
Another GDPR at the table. RC, what are we going for
What was
RC in seat 7?
RC. Can't really have Robin Cook.
Chat box, help us out. Initials RC. We need a GDPR name that we're going to go with for the session.
Robbie Coltrane.
I don't know. I need someone I know. I know that one. I know Simbot. Race car. I like that.
Roy Cropper.
Can we go with Roy Cropper? Actually, I like Roy Cropper.
He's just left He's just left Coronation Street for the last time. We'll have Roy Cropper.
We'll go with Roy Cropper then.
Nice shout. Who's Robbie Coltrane? Oh my days. Randy Couture. Remote control.
This is great.
Oh, I love it.
We're doing a lot of work to try and remove GDPR next year, so everyone has their full name on the live stream. But if this carries on, we might.
We're going for Roy Cropper.
Go against it.
Yeah, we're going for Roy Cropper.
Roy Cropper.
Good shout.
In seat 7.
Cheers, Ryan. Watching on YouTube. Ryan, if you've got an alias on Grosvenor Poker, say yes.
And if you've got Twitter, say yes as well.
Have you got an alias on Grosvenor Poker, Ryan Houghton or Horton? It could be Houghton. A lot of people go for Houghton nowadays. Let us know.
So Hervé flopping up and down backdoor diamonds after defending out the big blind. Lovely flop from Rene, over pair with the 8s on 7-5 deuce rainbow. Oh,
oi, oi.
That is nasty. 6 of clubs on the turn. And Hervé checks it over to Rene, and Rene here with the 8s up and down, over pair to the board. Really nice board for us here. Are against big blind range as well. There are plenty of hands we can get called by, like the 5-4s, 5-3s, pick up gut shots now as well. 7-4 suited, 7-8, although we block that. 7-9 in there as well. All the 7x we're going to get another street out of. So firing again here as Rene, but about to get some bad news. And Top Alex says he prefers Sam Grafton with a beard.
Yeah, it's very strange looking at him clean shaven, that is for sure.
So sizing up here, Rene, like it. Opting for around 2/3 pot. And now Hervé coming in with a raise here to 5.5k. Rene is up and down herself here with the pocket 8s. The thing is, Hervé here will have plenty of hands that we are behind to. He's got pretty much all the 2-pair combinations, maybe not the 7 deuce in there, but 6 deuce suited, 2 combos of that, the 7-6 off, 7-6 suited, 7-5 off, 7-5 suited, 5-6 in there as well, the turn 2-pair, and then he's going to have some 4-3 suited, some 8-9, although we do have removal to that. But Rene getting this price and up and down herself, she is going to call and take some rivers. But I think Rene's going to be good enough to fold to Hervé's shove on Brick River's tower. And this is a Brick River, Jack of Spades rolling off. And Hervé now, with his stack size, only got 1 move, should just be moving all in here. It looks like he's going to opt for smaller. Does go for 5.5, and this does look so value heavy here. very, very small bet from Hervé, just south of third, so really trying to get Renee to pay this one off, and I think she could potentially sniff this one out. The problem is, from her perspective, obviously removal to the nuts, and both 8-4 suited, but then there are a lot of hands that we are behind to, especially versus big blind defend range. As I mentioned, he's going to have the 2 pairs in here, he's going to have some straights as well as some sets as well. It's a tough spot here for Renee. The problem we got as Renee, like a lot of the bluffs that Hervé should have on the turn are going to contain an 8 tower. So if he's got a hand like 5-8 perhaps, or 6-8 in this scenario, or just a random 8 that decided to float with backdoor flush draw, we've got some removal to that. So I think Renee, although we are getting this price, she is going to sniff this one out with her pocket 8s and let this one go. So hard though, because we only need to be right just over 20% of the time to make this a good call, and we've got the chips to do it. But the thing is, these are the tough spots. Like the big blind is going to have every 2 pair except from maybe 7 deuce, but it looks like Renee is going to pay it off. She's having a little quick count of her chip stack, realises she's still going to have a healthy stack. She does make the call, but really difficult spot here for Renee, and I think this is going to be a call tower once she grabs them chips out of her stack. It just comes down to the bluffs, like hands that he's going to raise turn. He's not going to raise turn with just random 1 pair hands after we've opened under the gun +1. We're going to have all the over pairs in our range as Renee. So, like when he does raise turn 2 pair plus, great fold. It's a great fold getting that price tower, and it's just sniffed out. Especially with the 2 8s in our hand, it's not the best hand to call with. Like a lot of the bluffs on the turn that do check raise turn are going to contain an 8 in them, and as well as that, at this stage of the tournament, I don't think too many people are having too many check raise bluffs on turns, especially on rainbow boards. That's another important factor. Maybe some combo draw there if there was like backdoor flush draw, but it's complete rainbow board on the turn. Fair play to Renee. That's a very, very top-notch fold from her.
Nice one. So going back to the chat.
Yep, right. Sorry, I was just doing that hand. Ryan Houghton.
Where is he?
He's down there.
There he is.
For the Roy Cropper shout, what we're going to do, we're going to chuck you a £30 Grosvenor token, as we got some money to give away this weekend. Either myself or Tower. Do you want to deal with it, or do you want me to deal with it on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort it out. You're the man.
So DM me on Twitter. _JustJ_ or Tower says just type in Just J, I should come up. Send me a direct message on Twitter with your alias, and we will get that £30 token to your account. It will probably be after the grand final, because what we're going to do, we're going to write down all the names of the players that win some tokens over this weekend, and then they'll all be fired into your account next week at some point. But we're going to send you a £30 token.
Nice one. You can do it in the chat box, whichever. Stick it in the chat box if you don't mind, and we'll send it, get it sorted out straight away.
Yes, Killer Smoke, that is Sam Grafton. There he is. So Roy Cropper coming in for an open in the hijack with ace jack, and David, like this is too loose here from David Haytower. We don't want to be just flat in the ace deuce here. If we want to continue, better to come in for a free bet, but off our stack size shouldn't really be an option. So this ace deuce wants to be going into the muck a lot of the time as David Hay here, and we're just going to be in dominated spots too often. The times that we aren't in a dominated spot, the most we're going to have is 60% with the ace deuce.
So David A gets Roy Cropper to fold.
Yeah.
And Ryan Houghton's told us it's Rocket Hour. Rocket Hour,
yep.
Big capital R. Rocket Hour, all one word.
So Rocket
Hour.
Well, I'm right.
Rocket Hour. And Ryan Houghton on Twitter.
£30 ticket. So we still got
Good stuff.
£360 worth to give away. That's 12 £30, or we might give away a bigger one.
Good on you. Like that. We'll do it again.
Christmas.
All folding round if David gets a small hand. Roy Cropper's going to be coming in for a raise here.
Yep, he will be. Ace Jack last hand, and Roy Cropper with the Ace Jack again. Raises to 800.
If he gets eliminated, will it be Roy's rolls away?
Kevin flattened the deuces on the button, and Sam here got a nice one to defend in the form of King Queen suited.
Nice one, Ryan. Glad you're watching the live stream. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage of 2021. It is good to be back.
King 8-8 rainbow board, so Sam Grafton flopping best here, but this is a board that Roy Cropper's going to have plenty of continues on. King high, rainbow, no draws out there. A lot of the time we are just going to pick this up with our C-bet. We don't need to go too large here. Kevin with the deuces going to have to get out the way. Yes, sometimes we can have the best hand there, but versus 2 overs and with the counterfeit outs and backdoor counterfeit outs, we're only going to have around 60% at most, or drawing to 12% equity. So Sam here just choosing to raise the King Queen versus Roy Cropper's continue, and was not going to be able to continue with the Ace Jack of spades here. Like, I'm seeing this a lot more nowadays, Tower. Like once, like with the solvers and what they say, like the top-notch players. Like you go back 7-8 years ago, you wouldn't see much raising with top pair, decent kicker. They'd just flat a lot of the time. But I've seen a lot of very good players start incorporating some raises in with their top pair, good kicker. Versus C-bets, just probably widen their range, and meaning they can have a lot more hands in that on that particular board, the King 8-8 rainbow, than what they're perceived to have. A lot of the time you don't expect too many hands to raise on the King 8-8, but you need to have some raises, playing a balanced strategy. Sam taking that one.
No, mate.
So Kevin here. Has he opened the 10 deuce? Surely not. No, he hasn't. He hasn't got cards in front of him. That makes sense. So it's actually Rene that's opened on the button here, and Sam Barnes defending the Jack 5. Yeah, I agree. You make me very, very. He's been there. He was there already when I first started watching poker, and he's still here now, doing big things. I know he reside in Brazil now. Is that right?
He is coming back to the United Kingdom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 4.5 mil in live earnings and 9 million in online earnings. Bit of a crusher is Sam. The GUKPT Grand Final was 2012, believe it or not. 2012.
137 entries. We might beat that today, Tal, because do you know how many we've actually got in at the moment?
135.
And again.
140.
Lower.
All right. Not 137.
No, 136. 136. 136 so far.
Wow. So the last time he won it, when he did win it in 2012, Sam Grafton, he beat 137 runners. And there's 136 in all. He beat 136 last time, and there's 136 in now. Amazing.
Are they pre-regged for tomorrow? For that?
160.
Yeah.
40 pre-reg. We'll just take the 120 out.
Okay. And we've got pre-reg players already for tomorrow, so could be 500 entries here, Tower. It really could be. It's
Victor Lukin came third, but that was junior. I've seen senior this morning.
I saw you with him.
Yeah. First time back since lockdown for Victor.
Sound like someone's grand.
Yeah.
But Sam has a massive resume. He is an absolute dude.
It's got to go in the muck as Hervé here. Like, especially with Sam on the button, like, more reason to fold this one. Rene's a very good player. Sort of rich on our final table with a 6 max, but this ace-5 off here from Hervé, limping this one, going to be a mistake on his part. And Sam's just going to come in for the instant punishment on the button with the queen 10. And Hervé now going to have, well, he might be limping to call. He's grabbed chips, and he is going to limp to call with the ace-5 out of position versus Sam. And the king 8-5, 2-diamond board. This is obviously we have the second best hand, but in terms of range, this is a good board here for Sam. We've got only queen high, but king high board's going to be better for our range. Not only that, we've got some removal to some of the king X that Hervé can have. King queen and king 10 less likely, and we do have some double barrel candidates on maybe diamonds and jack turns. But Hervé not going anywhere with his bottom pair. He's going to make the call and take some turns, which is the jack of diamonds. And speaking of double barrel candidates, this could be a very good one, Tower, once we do pick up and down to go with a flush draw. I can't see Hervé doing anything but checking this spot over to Sam Grafton, who will then have the opportunity to double barrel. Got to think about hands that we're trying to get Hervé to fold out here as well. Wow, what is Hervé up to here, Tower? He's coming in for a lead on the turn in a spot where
24
just shouldn't ever really be leading this hand. Obviously, we shouldn't be in the hand in the first place. Ace-5 off, early position, limp calling, catching bottom pair, and then just coming in with a random lead here on the jack of diamonds turn. And Sam not going anywhere, going to make the call. And the 6 of clubs on the river, so check mark going the way of Hervé. And really intrigued to see if he's going to continue firing, maybe trying to rep a diamond draw and on the flop and getting there on the turn.
That is from Sam Fire the River.
Well, Sam's got to think about hands that Hervé's going to be fast in here, Tower, and just from seeing this hand,
like all of it.
All of it.
And a snap fold from Herv. Whoosh.
Well, that's just basically there from Sam. We got the queen of diamonds in our hand, some removal to a flush. He probably expects Hervé to continue with all his 2-pair plus holdings, Tower. So once Hervé checks there, we feel fairly confident that Hervé's never got better than 2 pairs. So at best he's going to have 1 pair, and 1 pair just cannot withstand a 4x river bet. And Sam just takes it away from Hervé, just goes 4x shove on the end there, knows that Hervé can't call with 1 pair, and gets it through.
For those busting out the 6:30 train from Euston, will get to the White Line in time for the Thursday bad beat bite. A little bit of a Nike it Fletch.
I've got to say, what advertisement this is for a 2K tournament, Tower. Like, you watch it and you see some of the stuff happening early levels, and if you just tuned in and you're watching this and like you have no idea it's a 2K buy-in, like some of the stuff you see these early levels, it's crazy really. Like, it's great advertisement for the comp of why you should be in the field if you fancy having a go. As Sam Barnes here choosing to 3-bet the King 9 off on the button versus Hervé's early position open with the King 10. (9-5-5-2) heart board. He's got top pair for Sam Barnes here after 3-betting the King 9 off. Goes from third to first. And that should be that. I say that should be that, but seen Hervé get sticky last time, but he's not going to get sticky this one. So nice little pick up for Sam Barnes there. You make me says, what's your overall philosophy on showing bluffs, etc.? I don't really show it all usually. Usually when I'm playing like in cash games or whatnot, I'm not really ever showing. If sometimes I'm playing a side event here, for example, I'm having a few beers, the table's having a bit of a laugh, there might be some showing going on, but all in good spirit. But usually if I'm sat down, I've got my head on my shoulders, I'm just no one seeing my hand, whether I've got the nuts or whether I've got the nut low, and that's just the way it goes. And Brad said he's back from the cold school run.
Good afternoon, Will. Will Peters. He is an absolute boss, Sam. It's good to have him back in the UK. We can only stream him if he's in the building. And Sam is in the building.
That's because every time you've been behind me, Brad, I've been all in. I have to show my hand. Says I show my hand. Unfortunately, you have to show your hand at a showdown in an all-in situation. And whenever you are behind me, Brad, and I'm all in a hand, somebody's always lose. So nice this from Rene here, Tower, incorporating in lighter 3-bet with the ace-4 of hearts, ace-9, 6.
2 spades.
It might incorporate a check-in with this one, as Rene. This is probably one of the worst ace-X we're going to have on this board, so it could definitely incorporate some checks in with the ace-4 of hearts. Betting fine as well, but don't need to go too big. But love the check from her here, really good. Try and induce some bluffs from our opponent on later streets. Obviously he can still have some stronger ace-X than us. It's one of them situations where we're going to be well in front or well behind. And now we've got this extra 2k out of Kevin that we wouldn't have got if we just elected to c-bet flop. So have induced the bluff from him on the turn. Just going to be calling now as Rene and taking some rivers. Makes the call and deuce of clubs on the end. And now is Kevin going to go for it here with a Queen Jack? I don't actually mind it as Kevin here. I like the way both players have actually, other than Kevin probably shouldn't be peeling the 3-bet actually but once we get to the flop here, and Rene checks back with this particular holding, Queen Jack, removal to Ace Queen and Ace Jack. We've got the Queen of Spades in there as well. I don't actually mind the double barrel here from Kevin, but after Rene checks back the Ace 4 on the flop, it can look a lot like our perceived range to our opponent is 10s through kings after we 3-bet the EP open. So you expect Kevin maybe to overbluff some spots here because of our check behind on the flop. It looks a lot like we can have 10s through kings. So I'd be very surprised if Rene let this one go. It's actually rare on the feature table. I see her make an incorrect decision, but I think especially once we check back the flop here with the ace-4 of hearts, going to be very difficult to find the fold. I think we will eventually see her call. We're ahead of some. We don't actually expect like the King Jack, the King 10s with the Bear King of Spades to be peeling our 3-bet. That's the problem we got here as Rene. Like the Queen Jack should have gone into the mark facing the 3-bet. But once we check back this ace-4, And this is one of the reasons we do check it back and have it in our check back ranges, because we can go call and induce some bluffs from our opponent. And that's exactly what she's done here. And now it's just down to whether she can make this correct river decision. 3.7 into 7.7. So he's actually opted for just south of half here, giving Renee over 3-1 on the call. So Renee only needed to be right around 25% of the time. And I think we could just see her flicking the call here with the ace-4 tower. Especially, it all comes down to the check back on the flop. Like, got to think about our perceived range for our opponent as well. How Kevin perceives us to play. Is he going to attack the 10s through kings? I think if we've got a hand like 10s through kings, we probably fold. We play it the same, maybe check back, flop, call turn, then fold river. But I think with this ace-4, this is the bluff catcher that we're going to be calling with.
Good call.
And Renee, as usual, correct decision.
Yeah.
On the feature table, and you see the benefit there.
Nice one,
having
Renee.
some top pair in check back range, especially in 3-bet pots as well. When you do 3-bet bluff the suited wheel aces, they do become some nice checks with position. But well played hand from her, and up to 2x starting.
And moves up to 40,000 in chips and chip lead on the table.
It was some wages day, says real shame didn't get any of the high roller day 2 on the stream. Would be good to include next time. Would love to see the big hitters going head to head. It was some final table wages day. There were some names on that. It was like, well, I looked at the table when I was walking past, and I was like, God, wouldn't want to be on there. It was as tough as they come. It was tough as they come. Obviously Jack Salter, absolute crusher over the years. I remember growing up and watching him play some EPTs. He was the eventual winner. Gary Miller, great player. Drayton was on there, great player. Jack Hardcastle was on there as well. Mark Wright, who have come third, grand final chopper a few years ago with Will Davis, he was on there. It was some final table in that high roller.
Yeah, well, when the schedule gets thought about for next year, and if we do more than one weekend of live streaming, it could definitely be incorporated into the streaming days. We'll need a bit of a tweak because it didn't finish till about 4 AM. So, right, might need a bit of a tweak if it comes onto the live streaming table, and it'll be part of the schedule.
To be honest, it started at 4 o'clock, didn't it? So if it started, we finish, it'd be like a normal day for us if we started it at 12, the day 2.
No, I said day 2 bangs, didn't it?
What, for the high roller?
Did it start at 4, did it?
Oh, 3. Well, it'd still be pretty much the same day.
Yeah,
We come in if it starts at 12, we could do the day 2 till 1 in the morning. That's no problem.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jack Salter, an absolute beast in the game. Good to see him in London, taking down another title.
Well, David's got the check mark here, 4-way tower. After flop checks through, David goes really small here with his nut flush, 600 into 2.6, so opting for around 20%, just over. And going to get called in 2 spots here. Kevin calling with a 10 and Antonis calling with a king. Oh, and David's going to get some chips here, tower, because Kevin's not going to fold here. I can guarantee that after rivering 2 pair. And Dave going to be choosing what size he wants to go for value and opts for 1500, so 3rd pot. And Kevin never folding this one, tower. And now Antonis got an easy fold with the king 4. Can't be overcalling this spot. We need oh, he's not going to overcall, is he? He's not. No way! How's David got called in 2 spots there?
No, that's absolute max value.
Right, so we need a couple of things to happen there for us to ever be good as Antonis. First, we need David Hay to be bluffing the turn, and Kevin to be calling with specifically a hand like maybe ace 10. And then we need David Hay to continue bluffing the river and Kevin to snap call a hand like ace 10 for our king 4 to ever be good. We need so many things to happen there for it to ever be good with a king 4. I can't believe he's overcalled that spot, tower, but maybe just getting a bit attached to top pair. It's hard to make top pair. It don't come around very often, but there are some spots where you're going to need to fold it. But just didn't even realise you went on the tee. I wanted to look round, there was a tee there. Thank you very much.
That's all right, you man.
And Simbot says, I wish this was in my bankroll. It's great advertisement. These tournaments are great tournaments. We watch day ones throughout the year. Some of the stuff we see, and you think these can't be 4-figure buy-ins, but they are. Live poker is where it's at nowadays, guys.
Well, we could run through the eliminations, or I could be here all day.
Last out was
TJ for the third time?
Yeah, it was TJ. TJ's last bullet.
Well, we've lost, in this time, we've lost Dan Moran, we've lost Ben Windsor, we've lost Jamie Walden, we've lost George Demetriou, we've lost Tai Tai in. Yep. Kai Haran has gone. David Barnes has been eliminated. Martin Frey has been eliminated. And the last person out is Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom was deep in the high roll. I think he final table bubbled.
He did. We've just lost Tom from the GF, so we might get him back in again.
We've got an interesting hand potentially brewing here, because Antonis has turned a set but checks it through on the 4-liner, and that is going to make him feel good once that 4 pairs. So we're going to fight for 1.1k, and Roy Cropper just cannot call here with the ace high, that's for sure. Is Cropper thinking about here tower? Well, I'm not even going to say anything actually after what I've just seen the last half hour or so on this table. I'll leave this one with you, Tower. Whether obviously it's a slam dunk fold, it should be in the Mac, but Roy Cropper actually dwelling this one through.
Boy,
he calls with ace high on the 4-liner.
How's everybody getting paid at this table at this moment in time?
Calls with the ace high on the 4-liner, and Roy Cropper
has become has become one. Oh man. Your mate me says peak David A would beat a peak usage at cruiserweight. I think you're right. I think you're right. Both went on to become heavyweight champions. David A in 2009 and Usich this year after beating AJ. They both play at Eltham Terrace Club. David's dad's an absolute legend as well.
Eltham? Is that Eltham, Rich? I had an invite to there a few years ago.
Did you?
Yeah, I think it's Eltham. If it's pronounced Eltham, it's too far away from me, Tower. It's quite a trek. Rich Rays, I'm sure I must know who Rich is if he's playing in Eltham. So Hervé with the Queen Jack raises to 700 on the button, and Rene ace Queen of Hearts here out the big blind. Might see a free bet this one, Tower. Wouldn't be surprised to see it versus button open especially. Hervé should be opening right wide range here once folded to him. A nice big size, 3.5x from Rene. Everything looks good here, and Hervé now probably going to call here, Tower, from what I've seen from him so far, especially with position. Like, can just fold this spot and wait for a better scenario, but as we've seen already, Hervé limp called the ace-5 from early position versus Sam Grafton's button raise about 20 minutes ago, so I'd be surprised if he got out of the way with this one. Oh, he is going to make the fold. Fair play to him. I like the fold a lot. I was just guessing from what we'd seen already that he might be continuing. And fair play, making a good lay down there. Hervé, credit where it's due.
So 122 runners today so far, and we've lost over 20 players out of the GF. There'll be more buying in during the day, more coming through the door. Could easily end up with 165 runners today.
Don't forget, guys, as well, make sure you give us a follow, Facebook, Twitter, at Grosvenor Poker, and for your live stream coverage, /GUKPT, YouTube and Twitch. Help us out if you hit the follow or subscribe button. Set your notifications on, you will never miss a live stream.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, we've only got 4 more days of it for
No
this year.
way.
Yeah. What are you going to do without me for 2 months, Tower?
My days, man. I'll be ringing you up every day. Seeing if you're alright. Looking after yourself.
Well, if you're not ringing me up, Will McMurray will be ringing you up if he's playing any of the tournaments I'm going to be playing over the next couple of months. I still never really end of that. Every time I see him.
1 o'clock in the morning, I get a call. Never guess what Jay's just done.
Thank you very much.
Oh, dinner time.
A lovely flop here for Roy Cropper. Flopping the nut flush draw once Sam Barnes elected to open the Jack 9 of clubs. Like how both players are playing this hand. I like the check from Sam Barnes here. Good one to check with our Jack 9. And that is a dirty turn.
The 9 of diamonds bringing the nut flush draw. Or the nut flush.
Wow, and
Roy.
And Cropper's checked it back, Tower. I think if Roy goes bet here, he's going to get max. But now Sam Barnes might be able to hero fold this spot on the river once it rolls off the offsuit 8, and he's going to get raised. Obviously, Roy Cropper sitting here with the second nuts, going to be raising this for sure. But I think if he just goes bet, and we're going to get maximum that way. It depends what type of player Sam Barnes is and what size Roy Cropper elects to go for. Well, he's gone for 4K here, so Sam going to have a very tough time folding the Jack 9 of clubs here versus this particular size. But I think if Roy Cropper actually barrels turn and barrels river, we're going to get maximum that way. I don't think we're going to see Sam fold the Jack 9, especially after checking flop. So maybe some value left on the table. It is good to have some sneaky check backs with the nut flush. Obviously disguised hand for us. The other question we got to ask ourselves is, Sam, is Roy Cropper ever bluffing this size? Like, is this ever a bluff? Is he ever doing this with, like, let's say, for example, King Queen with the Queen of Diamonds or something like that? Probably not. So maybe it's just always weighted towards a hand where we're going to be second best. Does he? I'm trying to come up with value that we beat, but the way this hand's played, there's not much. And the thing is, if he's got a hand like Ace Queen with a bare Ace of Diamonds, he's going to go larger, Tower. Like, this size is just eking value out of our opponent. And second nuts for Roy Cropper gets the job done. Unfortunate there for Sam, and Sam will actually be quite happy the way that hand's played, I think. Well, at least he should be, because if Roy Cropper went bet there, I don't think we're going to be out folding the Jack 9 of clubs, especially once we check call flop after being the pre-flop opener. Yeah, Razor Kev, seat 7, GDPR. We've told the players that's what we're doing. We're going to use the initials, and we're going to use the chat box. Whoever comes up with the best name.
That was it.
And that was it. And now Roy Cropper is our seat 7.
They just left Coronation Street and now playing the grand final.
Yeah, you make me. It's perfectly fine. Middle position, the ace-8 suited, just flat in there. Can small frequency at the time incorporate a free bet in perhaps of that hand, but this deep, this stage of the tournament, perfectly fine to be calling the ace-8 suited. Like if we go talk about player dependency, like we do mention a lot on the stream, go back to the stream before this, the feature table before this, I should say. Like if Vidas is opening, I might even free bet that one for value with position. It can be player dependent who you choose to free bet that hand against, but always going to be a continue for myself this deep, as it was for Roy Cropper in that situation. Maybe against Supernits, might just fold it versus gun or +1 open from them, but in that situation perfectly fine from Mr. Cropper.
Grand final well underway. 4 hours in. 122.
How are we doing, Richie, Rob, on Twitch? Thanks for tuning in.
Afternoon, Richie.
I'm glad David Hay didn't ask for GDPR Chelsea fan, because whatever name someone come up with, I would have let Tower use it, not myself. I would not have been saying it. I like my face too much. I don't want to get on the end of one of them right hooks from David. So Sam Barnes here, lovely flop from him. Bottom 2 here on the Queen 8-5 board. And Opster comes straight in for a raise here after the continue from Hervé. I like this. Like Hervé and the hijack shouldn't really have any 2-pair. Wow! Hervé's a changed man since that hand that we saw. Just folds the Queen 10 on a draw-heavy board. Like 9-7 suited, 10-9 is in there, 6-7 suited's in there. We've got all the heart draws that can be bluffs as well, and not too much value, but just finds the hero fold on the flop. Fair play to that man. Like I say, credit where it's due. I might mention something if we could perhaps play a hand differently, but when we make a nice laydown like that, a lot of credit there. Great fold from Hervé, having none of it. Just folding the top pair to a raise on the flop versus big blind range, which can plausibly have plenty of bluffs in that scenario, and not too much value going on, but did have one of the value hands, and we've made a correct laydown with the Queen 10. Well played, sir. So after this hand, blinds are going to be going up and taking us into level 4 of the day, and an hour until the dinner break.
Attention grand final players and dealers, your bets are now 100, 300 with a 300 being remedy, 133. If anybody is yet to have eaten it, you do want some of the food that is being provided, please let us know now. So stick your hands up if you do want food and you have not yet had it. This is going to be your last chance to get some of the free box food. If you do want it,
so David Hay just coming in for a bluff here after choosing to limp the Queen 6 suited +1. And Antonis, who does have 2 pair, is going to make the call. And has David got a double barrel in him? That is the question.
3 of clubs on the river.
I think, like if he watches the stream back and like some pointers on how he's playing, like lovely this from David, the double barrel here might actually work versus Antonis' particular hold'em. Maybe not chosen the best opponent here. I think after I see the overcall with the King 4, I'm probably going to be less inclined to bluff this opponent tower, and I do talk about that a lot of the table, player dependent. Like once we saw Antonis overcall that hand with the King 4, I think that's going to be the last player I'm going to be trying to bluff against on rivers, but does make the correct call there, so fair play to him on a board where it's very difficult for us to be good. But going back to David Hay, if he does want to improve his game, he's going to need to eradicate these limps from early position with weak holdings tower. Do not want to be limping the Queen 6 suited +1 for sure. That's not a hand we want to be getting involved with. So hopefully if he does watch it back, listens, just need to stop limping hands and need to eradicate that from our game if we are looking to improve pre-flop strategy, fundamentals of a poker hand. That's where it all starts, and you need to make sure that your pre-flop game is just as good as your post-flop, because that's where mistakes start happening. Once you start playing dubious holdings pre, taking unorthodox lines like limps early positions, then that's when we're going to get in trouble. Maybe he just gets a bit impatient, Tower, but patience is a big part of this game as well. Sometimes you have to sit there, you have to fold for hours and not get involved because you're just card dead or you're not getting any spots, and it's the way the game goes, and sometimes patience will be rewarded.
The hammer's come down.
The hammer?
MC's out.
MC's out. The hammer's come down.
Unbelievable. 126 so far on day 1-8. Players buying in all day long. Usually round about level 9 they start to slow down. And then they decide to play day 1B. Day 1B tomorrow will be massive. Ace 5 Jack. Here's the flop.
Yeah, so Sam once checked him, like this decision from him to fire the King Queen. Like, I don't think Hervé's the type of player that's going to incorporate too many checks in with his ace-x, so Sam happy to start barreling here with the King Queen. 7 of clubs on the turn. So Hervé checks once more, and has Sam got the double barrel in him, Tower? And I think a lot of the time versus this particular opponent, we will see Sam double barrel this spot. If he's making the assumption that Hervé's not going to have too much ace-x, we can start targeting some 6s through 10s as well as some jack-x of our opponent. But this is just a great river card for us as Sam. River in the king, backdoor clubs, not really too worried about that unless it's jack-x of clubs specifically. But Hervé here got a pretty clear check spot, personally, with the Jack-9. This is unorthodox, to say the least, Tower, leading the Jack-9 here on the river.
Is this just Sam v Hervé?
Yeah, just, this is weird for Sam. Like, Jack-X of clubs specifically, maybe. Maybe Queen-10 actually as well. But that's probably more inclined to continue with just Queen-High on the ace-high board being the early position opener. But it all comes back to the check call on the flop, I think, here for Sam a lot of the time. Like, what hands is Hervé check calling flop with? And does make the correct decision. And
cool.
The King Queen is good for Sam Grafton, good river call, but basically just comes down to what we're representing as Hervé there. Like, what hands are we check calling? Check turn, then specifically want to lead river with. There's not too many. There's Queen 10, which Sam's got removal to, and then the Jack X of clubs as mentioned, which would be a river flush. Maybe King Jack actually. King Jack in there as well would make sense for Hervé, but Sam's same as the Queen 10 removal.
We got a question. Any news coming on the deep stack toners? Look at this.
That was quick.
The first 3 months, the first couple of months of the year, the dates are there. As you can see, the 25-25s in Glasgow and Liverpool start 2022. Hill Street is in Birmingham. Hill Street deep stack, that's the first deep stack. That is in Birmingham. The second deep stack is in Bolton in February, and then a deep stack in Dundee also in February. They are for the first couple of months of 2022. Obviously we're there in blue, leg 1, GUKPT back with the live stream for that event. The G400s are the old 3030s with a new name. So the G400s in Leeds and Luton in the first couple of months, and then right at the bottom, leg 2 of the GUKPT is back in Coventry.
Looking forward to Cov.
Oh yes. So David bet 600, flop a 6-7 deuce. Kevin, a non-believer again. Anthony shouldn't be calling, but we know Anthony's plays. Now he decides to let this one go. Heads up to the turn. The Jack of Spades.
Oh, Kevin just floats with the Jack high and pings the Jack on the turn. Unlucky for David. David defended the King 6 in the big blind, then opted to come in for a lead into the aggressor on 7-6 deuce. And now firing again for 800, and Kevin not going to be going anywhere here with the Jack 10 tower, and should just be calling this spot.
Oh, that's a raise.
He has raised, wow.
It was like 3,000, is it? Yep. Raised to 3,000.
Yeah, this interesting. I guess if we think David's going to get sticky with 6x and 7x, then yeah, by all means raise here. But maybe some hands that now we're going to fold out, like, I'm not sure. Like, David's going to fold the 6 here from the way he's posturing tower. And like in this situation, if a 6x is just going to fold to our raise, it's better for us to just flat and maybe rep miss clubs or maybe missed 8-9 suited on the end and try and get value from the 6x and 7x that way. Just perhaps try and keep some random air balls of David in, and a lot of the time when the river comes, the 6 and the 7x are going to check, and then we can go small, try and get value from those. But opted to just raise top pair.
Is there a satellite tonight? If so, what time is the late reg, says Prism. We'll quickly show you. There we go, Thursday the 2nd of December, the grand final satellite cash out, starting at 9. I don't think late reg is till 9:15. I'm guessing it's 2 hours as normal, so it will be 11:15. Thursday the 2nd of December, the late reg is 11:15, guaranteed to be 11:15. It starts at 9. Win your seat by getting 10x. You start with 10,000 stack, get to 100k, and off you go. 10 seats it was the other night.
So Antonis raises to 600 here with the Jack-9 suited, and Roy Cropper wants to play.
Oi.
And Hervé 5-3 off in the big blind, getting this price. Decides not to defend, so heads up between Antonis and Roy. So Antonis going to want to have higher C-bet frequency on this board, King 8-3, 2 hearts. Especially with our little Jack-9 of clubs here, we've got some nice little backdoor possibilities. But Roy Cropper, after catching middle pair, going to be making the call. I thought the wow, whoa. We peel 8-7 off on the button, 2 and open. We flop middle pair and then we fold it.
Interesting.
Yeah, like I guess he's peeling that hand to flop top pair or better, or maybe middle pair without an ace or a king on it. But it's really intriguing stuff on this table tower. It's been a fun little watch this session. I'm enjoying it. It's funny, I was talking to someone this morning before we started. I was outside and just chatting about it, like how's work been and stuff like that. And I was like, I'm really looking forward to this, because like my job's going to be a lot easier, because a lot of the time I expect to know what players are doing. Yeah. I've got no idea, Tower. I've honestly got no idea what is going on at the moment. Except from Sam and Rene, it's a guessing game with the rest of the table at the moment. Really mixing it up, lots and lots. Like the 8-7 there, if we peel the 8-7 off on the button and we flop middle pair, it's like, and then fold into just one continue. It's a strange one from Roy Cropper.
Yeah. Sam Barnes in seat number 5 was playing this hand. He hasn't folded, he has called. Sam was in the David A Invitational last night. I think he was second to third out. Went to the satellite, cash out satellite, got himself a seat.
The tour, the buy-in for this one is 2k. Thanks, Chelsea fan.
Vator says 150 quid. I think Vator knows.
Like, if you sit at home and you watch the stream, like, maybe 2k a bit out of your buy-in remit, but this is a great chance, like, to get online, get on the Grosvenor client, play some of the satellites, £5 into 30, 30 into 110, 110 into a seat. Like, you see these fields like at the start of the day sometimes, and they're just great. They're just great. Like, live poker's just great nowadays. It's just booming. It's booming in 2021. So both Roy Cropper and Sam Barnes here capturing a piece. So Sam actually limped the King 9. Limp called the King 9. Early position. And going to get himself in trouble because of it. Because Roy Cropper has top pair, Queen of Hearts on the turn. This is a lovely card for us as Roy Cropper. Want to see him come in for a second street of value here now, Tower. Try and get called by some worse ace-x of our opponent. Ace-Queen shouldn't really be in there. Don't expect Sam to ever limp call Ace-Queen. That should just be straight in the opening range. So like this fire from Roy. It's gone fairly small, 1.5 into 6.9, so around 20% pot from him. Really small turn bet. Maybe trying to target a 9 specifically, but the 9 of Sam getting out of the way.
Barry Sweeney's won a toilet seat yesterday. Love the new cash out satellites. Nice one, Barry. We'll see you tomorrow, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Keith, I think Sam limp called the King 9 there. There's no way he could have free bet against Cropper because he was first into the pot. Yeah, so it was a limp call from Sam in that situation. I will double check it just to make sure. Yeah, Sam called for 300 and Roy Cropper raised to 1.1k.
Any more news from the outer tables?
Oh, you Grim Reaper today?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. The last one out was the hammer.
Well done, Barry Sweeney. Won a seat in the cash out satellite yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like he won a toilet seat by the minute. There's only one person been eliminated, and that's Rob Hallworth. He's had an up and down week, hasn't he? Proper up and down week. Second last night in the 6 max. He bubbled the package, the 5k package, but got himself a £1,250 seat and has bust out of the grand final.
It's up to the player, John. John asks, is it standard for a winner to tip the dealers in the tournament?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's up to the player.
You're never forced to do anything. It's up to the individual person.
So Sam, after opening the King Queen, early position continues on the Queen 3-3 rainbow, and Kevin pulling out the float here with the Ace 9 of Hearts versus.
Is it the turn before?
Yeah, versus Sam's gun opening range. Like even against the Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace King, that Sam's going to probably continue on this board. We're still behind with the Ace 9 of Hearts. Yes, we have backdoor hearts here, but like upper hand against like Ace Queen, which is certainly in Sam's range, we're going to be drawing dead. Except for to run in hearts. So surprised to see the call here from Kevin, and now Sam sizing up on the turn, 5.8, and maybe calling to see if Sam shuts down turn and then trying to bluff at it, which is plausible, I guess. If we think Sam's going to be too light in these spots, calling once as a float, getting 4 to 1 on our money, and then trying to bluff some turns. Average at this stage, someone asking, probably around 25k.
Yep.
Something around there.
Could have been more accurate. 25.7.
25.7.
Sure. See you. Give you the eliminations as they happen from the outer tables.
So Kevin, King 8 of Hearts button. This is a nice one to open for us once folded to us. And Sam here in the big blind with the Ace 4. We'll be continuing this versus button open. It's just whether he wants to continue in the form of a flat or a free bet. We've got the Ace in there for some removal of some of our opponent's continue range. I think at a small frequency we're going to see him free bet this, but more often than not we're going to call, and he's going to opt to come in for the free bet. Like the hand selection to do it with. You've got an ace in there with versus button opening range, which is going to be fairly wide, and sizing very big, nice and big out the blinds, 4.5x, a little bit more, and gets the king 8 of hearts, which going to be in a flip situation against with our particular hand to fold, so that's great for us.
Ready for the K as chip leader on the table. Start with 20 in the grand final. Blind 100 under 60-minute clock.
I feel like even though I'm in the worst position at the table, somehow I feel like I'm going 3 from 3.
Feel the big blind.
I'm going 3 from 3. Under the gun, big blind and small blind.
Afternoon, Neil Channing / Barney Boatman. Definitely the same person. They're never in the chat at the same time, except from when I say they're never in the chat at the same time, and then suddenly Barney Boatman logs in. Definitely the same person. Detective skills on point.
Okay.
Listen, squeezing the card straight away, you're eager. Look at this.
Afternoon, Warren on Twitch.
Aye, Warren. Hope you're well.
Raises to 800, Antonis under the gun, and David going to make the call with the ace-3 suited, and Hervé likes to play. He's going to get involved with the king 6. This should be auto muck here from Hervé, but we know that Hervé likes to get involved already. Happy to see a flop, and that's going to bring Sam Barnes in for 500 more with a jack 5 in the big 4-way action.
Four-way to the flop. Jack 8-4.
So the old Motown flopping best. David should just be checking this spot here, tower. Like I say it a lot, like continuing to 4 or 5 players, like it's just a lot less likely that a random bluff's going to get through, and good to see him check there and not take off. And Hervé's going to check as well, like his decision if we happen to be in this hand with the king 6 of clubs.
10 of diamonds hits the turn.
And now Sam opting to lead for 1400, and Antonis with an up and down, and Hervé can't do anything with the king 6 of clubs, so into the muck. And 6 of spades on the river, so check mark going the way of Sam Barnes with his jack 5, and checks this one over to Antonis, who has to check this spot. Oh wow, he's fired. He's just going to get snapped off here. Like, what are we repping here as Antonis? Like, what are we supposed to have? We've opened under the gun, like 4-way. We're not going to incorporate some checks in with our jack X, so exclude that. Overpairs are going to be continuing as well. So what are we supposed to have there once this river rolls off a brick 6? There's not too many hands that we're representing for value there, and just gets picked off from the jack 5. Just make sure, got to be aware that when we are value betting, when we are bluffing, that we need to have a whole host of value in our range. Those are the best bluff spots. They're the bluffs that are going to get through more often than not. But when we've got not too much, we're not telling a credible story, it's just going to get picked off a lot of the time. And lovely check there from Sam on the river. Got the bluff from our opponent. So Roy Cropper with the ace-jack under the gun. Cropper's going to open.
Yep, raises to 9.
And Hervé likes to get involved. He won't be folding this one, tower, from what I've seen from Hervé. Although, I will mention, as he's working with 27 bigs, there might be, could go into the mark. Yes, fair play. I like it, Hervé, like it.
Worked out his stack size.
Yeah.
He wanted to call, but obviously
off his stack. I like the fold there, tower. It's nice. Like, if we're 100 odd big blinds deep, like a lot of players are at this table, well, closer to 80 now because blinds have gone up, then yeah, probably would have seen him pill. But understanding stack size is nice to see. Gets out of the way as Sam is in with the king 5 suited in the small, and Antonis won't be folding the suited ace deuce for sure. Three-way to this flop. Jack 6-3, 2 hearts. It's a lovely flop here for Roy Cropper. Going to be hard for him to get any sort of action though here after flopping top pair, top kicker, or Sam or Antonis with a hand that can continue. And 2 quick folds. Roy Cropper taking that one, 17 into 3K. So opted for a little bit more than half with his C-bet size. So in about 35 minutes time, guys, we're going to head out on an hour dinner break. When we return, we're not. Rick Trigg and Katie Swift have asked if they can come in for a couple of hours to do a couple of some comms for us today. So me and Tara got a nice long 3-hour break. Well, I might go home and sleep. Well, 2-hour little nap. But yeah, so when we return after the dinner break around 5 to 6, it's going to be Rick Trigg and Katie Swift coming in the booth for you guys.
Indeed. Don't forget, starting tomorrow at Friday 3rd till the Sunday the 12th of December, the €2.5 million Grosvenor Poker Festival online. It is iPoker wide, but on Grosvenor, 111 tournaments, 500,000 guaranteed main event, €200 buy-in. Biggest ever online series, so get on your Grosvenor Poker clients and start playing some online poker from tomorrow.
Yeah, Roy Cropper was in Coronation Street. The reason seat 7 is Roy Cropper. Initials are RC, and me and Sal now, we're doing giveaways with the GDPR. Whoever comes up with the best name, we've given a £30 ticket to Ryan already for it. He was the Roy Cropper shout, so Roy Cropper is in seat 7. That's how it's working. If you don't want to sign a GDPR, we got to make up a name for you.
Absolutely. And don't forget the closer on the Monday as well, £110 buy-in. We've got a few tickets of that to give away this weekend as well. Late register till 10:30. Don't forget that's a 2-day event, £25,000 guarantee.
We're throwing it away this weekend.
We are.
We got the free roll on Sunday as well. It's tickets going out all angles.
We have a £250 free roll as well on the Sunday, the live stream free roll. You know the password?
No, I don't.
What?
I don't actually know it.
What?
I've not been. I'll tell you what. I'll guess it on Sunday.
Okay.
I'll give it a guess on Sunday.
Okay. You'll have got the email by then.
Yeah. Yeah. Spot on.
Do you want 5 guesses now?
5 guesses?
Yeah.
Well, you not think I'm going to get it?
I reckon you could have 55 guesses.
And not get it?
Not get it.
Okay. I'm not even going to bother then. I'm not even going to bother.
That's
Waste
on
of time.
Sunday.
Waste of time.
Plenty to go online, but the festival is online 3rd till the 12th of December. 111 tournaments, €500,000 guaranteed main event on Grosvenor Poker. Plenty going on.
So David looks like he's got a decision here in the big blind. Oh, okay, it's actually on Roy Cropper at the moment, who's just paying for his hot drink. And Dave in the big blind with the deuces. Looks like he's going to call off of 16 big blind stack. So ace king for Kevin. Raised over the limp from Hervé with the ace 3 suited.
9, 7, 5, 2 hearts.
Yeah, so the 6s are Rene flop best here with her pair and gut shot.
David down to 4K.
Don't do it, Dave.
If he ever bets, it should be the lots.
Don't do it, Dave.
Dave's doing it.
Check.
Dave's doing it.
He's
Should
not.
be checking. Check, Dave.
Yes.
Good check,
He
David.
thought about it. He really did think about it. But oh, Kevin, this is optimistic from Kevin. This c-bet here, Tower. Ace King 4-way on a 9-5-7 2-heart board. Like he's gone really small as well. 800 into 4.8. So actually opted for 8th pot here. 12.5%. You don't see that very often. And Rene with the 6s not going to be going anywhere because she's got gut shot and a pair. and both Dave and Hervé get out of the way, which is good to see. But just want a lower c-bet frequency, guys. 4-way, 5-way. Don't always have to c-bet, especially on these boards with Ace-King not going to be the best for our range being the opener. We should only really have the 9s and 7s and 5s as our strong hands here. And he's going to double barrel here, Kevin, so maybe just representing an overpair. But Renee, after calling +2, she still will have 5, 7s, 9s. She might have 10s that she didn't elect to free bet. Maybe wary about Hervé's under the gun limp. But Renee picking up and down here with the 6s. With this 4-turn, 3 would make her a straight now as well. And the thing is, the sizing Kevin's choosing here, Tower, it just doesn't really achieve much. He's gone again less than quarter pot. Like, Renee's not going to be folding like her one pair hands against this size in this scenario. She's not going to be folding her flush draws. She's not going to be folding her jack 10s or 10-8s. And when you are opting to choose the size to go, you've got to ask yourself, what does this achieve? Like, what hands can we fold out with this size? What hands are we trying to fold out? And Renee going to take that one with the 6s, but maybe could have saved some chips there as Kevin, but fair enough, went for it.
So Rennie up to 47,000, round about half an hour to go until the end of the session. It'll get louder around us when the guys go on a break live. As you know, we work on that 30-minute delay.
There's Andy in the grand final after the hand progress. You get a 60-minute break, but 60-minute break after the hand progress.
So 30 minutes if you just heard the live players going on break. That means we'll be on break 30 minutes on stream, as we should see Renee open the Ace-4 suited here, +1. And Sam, very loose pill for him in the hijack, Queen 6 suited. Definitely on the loose side, getting involved versus Renee's open. 10-8 deuce, 2 spade board. There's not much going on for Renee here, so not opting to c-bet this one, and Sam just going to take a free one with the Queen 6. King of spades on the turn. This might be a candidate that Renee going to have some delayed continues on, but chooses to check once more, and Sam just looking like he's happy to get to showdown with his Queen 6 spade on the river.
4th spade hits the board. Yeah, it goes check check as we thought it would. Renee with the check mark with the ace high. Half an hour to go until the end of this session, and as Jay says, Rick Trigg and Katie Swift coming in for the 3rd session. Thanks to them for coming in. We'll be back for sessions 4 and 5, obviously bringing the end round about 12:30 in the morning, maybe a little bit later, 12:35, 12:40. Full 12 hours of live streaming today. Final event of 2021.
Yeah, it's just advice, H-Peng. I know a lot of people watch recreational players, want to get better at the game. It's just advice on why we shouldn't be betting that board, and if it's something that's going to lose us money in the long run. I want everyone watching to try and make money at this game. It's as simple as that. There's no ask from you to tune in. So Sam opening this one, so opting for near 4x size in here, Tower. This is fairly large from Sam, 1.1 at 100, 300. Antonis undeterred by it and calls with a Queen 8 suited. And this is lovely from Hervé here, working with 21 big blinds, just shoving the Ace Jack here after this size open and a call. And this is really nice from Hervé and Sam for 21 bigs here with a King Jack. Expect him to get out of the way, but he's counting out chips, Tower. Looks like he's willing to give Hervé a spin. So he's going to give Hervé a spin for 21 big blinds with a King Jack. And if Antonis calls here, I will be shocked, but it's getting an attractive price. But Queen 8 never going to be the best hand. But if you fancy having a little gamble, he might flick it in here. He is. Oh. He's sat there in seat 8, John Garlick. Asked if Hayes still in.
He's up and down every now and again, but yeah, he's still there, sat in seat number 8, short stack to the table. So Herv is all in with the Ace Jack. Oh, the flush draw to bring lots of outs to fade.
A 7 on the river. So double up there for Hervé. Sam had the chips to make the call, so probably wanted to just give him a spin. Maybe thought they wouldn't have the best hand, but King Jack of clubs put it in for the 21 big blinds.
Good afternoon, Gary McGaffney. Out of his meetings in the beautiful toilet in London. Hope you will, Gary. So just under 30 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then we have a 60-minute break.
Cheers Warren, cheers Neil, cheers everyone.
Roy Cropper coming in for a just calls. Thought he was raising up with the old 7-6. They decided just to call. Are we going 6-way or is Rennie going to squeeze?
Squeeze, obviously.
Come on, Rennie.
This is like a week. Probably going to have to make this like 2.1, make it like 2.1, 2.4, like 7-8x here. I wouldn't be surprised Rennie go Tower. Definitely should be going bigger than 2k here after these limps in front of us. They're going to be nice and big. 2.4 perfect from her between 7-8x. Lovely sizing and happy to just pick up all this dead money here with Ace Queen, but Antonis having none of it with a Queen Jack.
He's counting, he's folding. Oh, he's a heck. I'm not folding, he says. I call. $126 the last time we saw Mimosa. Herb just got a double up, gets out of the way. Kevin gets out of the way, so we are going heads up.
Yeah, wait as you stay. This is a 2k buy-in.
King high flop, King 8-3.
Yeah, so Renee can go really small here now, Tower, on this board. Like, could go 2k, even less than 2k potentially, somewhere between 1500 and 2k, what I expect to see. We're going to have the ace kings here. We're still going to have the aces. King queen perhaps going to be squeezing after all them limps, and opts for 2.6. It does size up a little bit more, closer to 40%. And Antonis here with a Queen Jack gets out of the way. It's a nice little pick up there from Renee, which stays high.
20 minutes to go until the end of this session. This is 2K. It is indeed. It's a great advert for poker.
It's great. It's great. It's like, get people watching at home. You see a 2K buy, and you think, "Oh, I'm not good enough to play that," and then maybe they tune
and then
in.
You watch, and then you think, maybe.
Satellite's always online on the Grosvenor client, guys. Cheap way of getting in, and they're just as good as well. I know a lot of people that grind the satellites on there, and they say how good they are. So check it out on the Grosvenor client.
Steve Warburton eliminated. Majid Nadeem also gone as well. CB and CT. And the last man out, Phil Clark, who we've seen on a regular basis on the tour. He has just been eliminated. 129 entries it is now. 129.
Like Sam, I understand what he's doing here. He's got a really strong hand. He wants to get value from his ace-king suited. But once we go into that 4x remit here, Tower, we're just going to get a lot of hands in the field to fold. But Sam's going to defend with the Jack-5 suited, and maybe just thinking that he's going to have such a big skill edge against this particular opponent that he's just going to make correct decisions post, and a lot of the time expect Sam Barnes to turn his hand face up in certain spots. So 1.3 into 3K. I like the size in here. 40% from Sam Barnes. Definitely the 4 over 4x open size is a little bit too large, but Sam just going to raise the Jack-5 suited and snap all in from Sam Barnes there with the ace-king of diamonds. I'm actually surprised that Grafton defended versus that size Tower, but like I say, maybe he just thought he's going to make 0 mistakes post, and Sam's going to have situations where he turns his hand face up, and we can exploit that as Grafton. Yeah, she is Rush Poker. Renee's been a fixture on our tour all year. There's not been an event where I haven't seen her. Every time she's on the featured, I don't know what goes on the outer, but she seems to just make correct decisions all the time. Like in tough river spots, she always seems to come to the correct conclusion. Like the way she plays, I think she's a very good player, one to watch out for. So nice here from Kevin, incorporating a lighter free bet in with the ace-10 after a flat from David Hay here with the king-jack, and David here who was working with, what was he working with, 12 bigs to start the hand. We shouldn't have any flats really, except maybe aces or kings, and we're at a table that aren't going to be paying attention, and don't think that we're ever going to be flatting nut hands, but it looks like he's happy to get it in with the king-jack, but shouldn't really be ever flat in the open off of 12 bigs with this particular holding.
Yes, 10 calls.
So much better to just go with a shove, but happy to get his chips in. And not in the worst of shape here versus Kevin's ace-10. He'll be happy to see that. Couple of live cards.
King, Jack. No, that's not a bad flop. King, 7, 10. Needs to fade any aces or any 10s to double up. Fade an ace, fade a 10, and we get a double. Oi, oi.
David Hay will double up.
David Hay doubles up to nearly 10,000.
Straight on the Instagram story.
And guess what? We're back online from the 5th. The tree rolls are back.
The tree rolls.
The tree rolls are back.
Christmas tree rolls.
Yes. Running from Monday the 6th until New Year's Day. Free to play. A surprise super prize pool between £50 and £1,000 every single day. Tony's only appear in the lobbies at 7 and they start at 8. So yeah, tune in every day, find out what the prize pool is and play, and they go from 50 to 1,000. Plenty going on online in December. 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. David A just doubled up and folding 9-3.
So Hervé here, who has also just doubled up. Going to be opening the Ace Queen +2. So Hervé also opted in for 4x, raises to 1.2k, and that's going to bring Sam Barnes in the small blind here with the Ace-4 suited. And Sam going to get in trouble here at tower. Checking it over to the aggressor, and Hervé here, lovely flop for us with the Ace-Queen top pair, decent kicker.
Makes it 1.5, half pot.
So goes for half, yeah, Sam not going anywhere with the Ace-4 of hearts. And King of clubs on the turn. This shouldn't change anything from our perspective as Hervé. This king really should never ever hit Sam once he calls flop. Like King 7 suited, King 5 suited, not going to be in there. Ace King not going to be in there either, which we were behind to anyway. So going to continue trying to extract value from some worse Ace X after we get a call on the flop. But Sam looks like he's just going to be calling again, which I like. Want to be calling once more here of Sam a lot of the time. And then the river, I think when we're faced with the heat, that's when we're going to see him fold a lot of the time. 6 of spades on the river, so incoming 3rd street here from Hervé. You expect tower, so Sam should just be checking this one. Oh wow! Like this is clear as day check for us. Like, glad to see that. I thought we was gonna come in for the lead there. And now this is where our decision's going to come. Maybe what he was doing, Tower. This is kind of a little bit of a tell. So when players like look at your chips and grab their chips and they act like they're going to bet and then they check it over to you, a lot of the time what they're doing, they're just crying for a check back. So this is even more of a green light for Hervé to value bet this spot now, because after Sam does that, if he picks up on that and understands why players do that, like, you see it a lot from recreationals when they want their opponent to check back when they're out of position. They'll have a little look at their opponent's chips, they'll play with their chips like they're going to bet, but Hervé didn't choose to go for the value with the Ace-Queen.
Ace-Queen is good. I haven't really been following David A much since the Goliath documentary thing. Has he had any results? Well, the world went into lockdown for 16 months. He said he'd not played a hand, interviewed him yesterday, not played a hand, hadn't played live online at all, wanted to get back into it again. When Vegas opened up, he went over and played about 10 events of the World Series, and he's now back here in London playing, and he said he wants to get back into it a lot more because he enjoyed it. Phil Clark, the last out. Paul Rigg has been eliminated. Bruce Jones has also been eliminated as well. So Bruce has gone, and VM. They're the guys that have gone so far. 133 entries so far today. Could easily get to 170.
So once again, we see a 4x open. Hervé, a little bit more, 1.3x with the 10s. And Antonis going to call the 9-7 of hearts. To be honest, Shiv, no one's looking into the sizing at the table. Like, you've seen the 4X Open's always been a strong hand from either Hervé or Sam, but if no one at the table's paying attention that you're just opening this size with your stronger hands, then maybe go for it. Like Antonis here calling the 9-7 of hearts versus this size out the small blind. Surprised to see that, and definitely going to be calling turn after flop checks through. Hervé choosing to check behind after flopping the top set, and a 7 on the river. And going to come in for 3K river bet here, and Antonis, be surprised if he folds this here tower. Like, not really too much 8X we're worried about. Pocket 8 specifically perhaps, and does make the call, and he's going to get the bad news. And like in the small blind here, if we're faced with a 4X sizing, like there's only specific hands, very specific, that we want to be continuing with versus +1 open. But if Antonis wants to get involved, fair play to him. Some players like to see lots of flops.
We got Frank Bruno on another table, so
David Hayes just asked the question, how often do they change the table? So somebody shouted 2 hours. He says, can we stay on the table? He said, Sam Grafton just shouted, no, we've got Frank Bruno on one of the outer tables. He's coming on next.
Frank Bruno. So Kevin here, nice one to open +1. Raises to 800. Back to more normal opening sizes as Rene with the 7-6 of clubs just going to make the call. And Sam here with the ace-9 off, happy to come in the cut-off. Antonis, we know, doesn't like to fold, so he likes seeing lots of flops. He's in with a 4-3 on the button. And David defending the 7 deuce off. He's in with a whip.
As we go 500.
Right, gonna lose tower for the last 10
2 minutes. 2 minutes. I've got to do some interviews.
Yeah.
You know what it's like when you're a wanted man.
Tower's got to go do some filming, so you got me for the last 8 minutes of the session, guys.
If I don't come
just
back,
me.
I'll see you after Rick and Katie. That Katie one, they're coming in. Just got to do something. Hello, you all right? Yeah, you? Yeah. See you in a bit, yeah. See you after the break. But this man's here just to finish off.
So I've completely missed the action here. I know we went 5-way, but I think Kevin continued. And okay, well, it's gone all in anyway. We'll just jump to that. Ace-9 versus the 4-high flush draw of Antonis. He's going to need to find a club or some sort of running 2 pair, running wheel, and Sam with the best of it. How are we doing, Blue? Hello before McCurry arrives. Enjoy. So Jack spades on the turn. So story remains the same. Need one of the 4 remaining clubs, 6 of diamonds on the river. So we're going to lose Antonis from the tournament, and Sam Barnes up to 32,000 chips. Yeah, I do know Frank Bruno is, Brad. What'd you take me for?
I nearly said that. I nearly said I can't believe you know who Frank Bruno is.
I'm alright with sports stars and stuff. It's when all these movie people and you just random people on TV shows you talk about. That's where I struggle. So just me for the remaining 7 minutes of the session, guys. Just to let you all know, we're going on an hour dinner break. We're going to be back at 5 to 6. At 5 to 6, it's going to be Katie Swift and Rick Trigg in the comms box, covering level 5 and 6 of the day, session 3. So Katie Swift and Rick Trigg are going to be coming in to do some comms for 2 hours. Just to let you all know when we return at 5 to 6 after the dinner break. As Sam opening the King 8 suited in the hijack. And Hervé here with the ladies. Haven't actually seen too many big hands today, and ladies for Hervé, so expect him to free bet. 2.7. Big fan of the sizing here from Hervé, very nice, right around the 4x remit. Sizing up because we're out of position, good to see from him. And Sam here with the King 8 of spades. Looks like he's happy to go post. He's going to make the call. Maybe like a bit on the loose side, peeling this one. But if Sam thinks he's going to have a significant skill edge post flop in position, then probably why we see him make the call here with his hand that a lot of players would just throw into the muck. We can be in dominated spots, drawing to 3 outs. Only thing I can think of why Sam's peeling with this particular hand versus Hervé, who hasn't really free bet at all this session, just because if he thinks he's going to play perfectly post with position, then happy to make the call. It will be session 4 of the day, Clarkie. We will be returning, me and Tower. Session 4, so let me figure out the timing. Back at 5 to 6, 5 to 8 plus the break. We'll be back about 8:15, Tower and I, around 8:15 mark. So Sam opening the ace-9 off, +1, ace-9 suited +1, and Sam, fairly loose pill from him with the a7, but we've seen already Sam likes to get involved, and David here with the ace-king, 3 bets to 2.5 on the button. And now both players just going to have to get out of the way. Sam Barnes, this one should already be in the muck, but maybe thinking about giving him a spin like we saw him give Hervé a spin, but thinks better of that one, and a good fold as well because was only drawing to 3 outs. "30-minute delay as always." So Jack 8 of clubs raising to 900, and Renee defending the King 10 in the big blind. Ace 9 6, 2 diamond board. Rene does have the best of it, but a lot of the time this pot should be going the way of Hervé. Like, come in for one bet here a lot of the time. Don't need to go no bigger than 40%. May even size up a little bit more, closer to half pot on this board. Plenty of gut shots that Rene can be continuing with, but we're going to have the stronger ace-x opening on the button. So does elect to continue. It looks like he's gone over half here, 1.2k into 2.2. So nice little pick up from Hervé without the goods. The power of a c-bet. Cheers, Chris. On YouTube, much appreciated. It's a bit early, Tim. It's a bit early for that. Did you try was it you the other day, Tim, that said you was going to try my my chicken nuggets? My chicken nuggets and the dip.
Don't do it.
He said he was going to try it.
Don't do it.
I just wanted to know if he's tried it.
Honestly, don't do it. Somebody don't do it. It's wrong. Some things you can't do.
So Sam with the pocket tens. Once again, chooses 4x. Raises to 1.2, and Hervé here with the sevens. Like this deep, expect him to just call 4x open here. And Kevin working with 28 big blinds, 9-8 suited here. On the button, they're going to have position post, so happy to make the call and take the flop.
There's Anthea in the grand final after the progress. You've done a 60-minute break. That's 60-minute break.
Wow, so Kevin actually just free bets the 9-8 suited off of 27 big blinds, facing this 4x open from Sam. And the two times I've seen Sam open 4x, he's had a premium holding. So Kev just unfazed by that. I love the hand he's chose here, the 9-8 suited, to potentially, right, we could just free bet rip this, but as a bluff. But got to be aware of like the size intel that we've got from Sam. Like once Sam opens 4x, like the third time I've seen him do it now, and all three times it's been a strong holding from him. So weren't really worried about the 4x sizing, but now Sam making the call, and Hervé here with the sevens. These are going to shrivel up significantly. But Kevin just looks so strong here, Tower. Once like this actually looks super strong from Kevin. Once he's gone 4x open flat in the cutoff, and we still choose the free bet to 6k, it just looks super strong. Like if I was sat there, or if Kevin's cards weren't showing, 9-8 suit would be the last hand that I'd put Kevin on. But fair play to him for mixing it up. And very good fold from Hervé in the cutoff.
So we're going heads up for the final hand of the session. Queen 2-3. And Kevin is going to see that he's drawing two runners, backdoor clubs, backdoor two pair, backdoor trips, yeah, backdoor jack 10. Slim.
Slim, very slim.
Slim. Last hand of the session. Do we lose Kevin?
Oh, a little 7 o'clock he's there.
Oi, oi. Any clubs about?
Backdoor clubs.
Oh, no,
rubs for the 9, no good. So we are going to lose Kevin Warlow last hand of the session. We're on an hour dinner break, guys. Back at 5 to 6. It's going to be Katie Swift and Rick Trigg for those 2 hours. Me and Tao are going to be back for the penultimate session of the day, session 4, around 8:15. We got a nice little 3-hour break now. What do you want?
We will see you, exactly. We will see you. Don't forget the live stream will continue. That is when we come back, as Jay just said, at 5 to 6. Thanks to Rick and Katie for coming in, and we'll be back for the 4th session of the day. But enjoy your break. We'll see you in 60 minutes.
See you in 60.
sign of Rich Kelly's name. £200 sign event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I didn't go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of, yeah, it was mad.
Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself, because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-Tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000. And a jersey.
Wow, yeah, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and yeah, that one went on till about 7 a.m. and actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros, if you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro." And with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and yeah, the Full Tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormons probably garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-Tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-Tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time, in the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000. But that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one, actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bambos heads up. If you know Bambos, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips, please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5K chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150K on the table. So yeah, I was up to about. I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bambos was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, "I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here?" And it was also it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day, he said, like, "What have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game." And I was just like, "Yeah, I had a day 2, and then I was excited for that day 2.
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my left.
What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. I think I ended up playing one pot with him blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind, and I just remember I hadn't played out, and I lost that to him, and I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
He just wanders around, doesn't he, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, it was. I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London.
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day 1. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2,500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or 2 before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on the, I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. Event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table towards the end of day one was I had Mustafa Kanit to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. And two to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn. Where I had ace king and he had queens, and I ended up getting two big streets of value on a king board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day two, day two was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like, it was just insane. Like, I ran 90,000 chips up on day two of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like, I was going and going and going and going, and yeah, everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on there around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished fourth to 15,000. But first three, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final four to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up.
Yeah, I think that there was even. I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like, pound for pound, at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really, really, really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think. In my opinion, he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because, I mean, his record would be right up there. And I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him. And his attention to detail and stuff was really, really good for me to sort of use him. Like, he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. Like, I'd make a big bluff or something, and I'd go to mock my cards, and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye, and he'd have a little smile on his face, and he'd go, "You were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie?" And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like, his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really, really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks. I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention for Ali. He back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around. Like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first, and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
the only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money, and the rest chopped it apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy, or did you just chop it then?
No. Well, the final table. Yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online. Or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was sort of my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah, September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that
frustrating.
Yeah, very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. It was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious. But yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Middy and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final. Actually, I think there's plenty of who finished in the final four made day three as well.
But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun?
Yeah. So yeah, 2017. It's like 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and yeah, I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So yeah. I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind, yeah. Like 16 hours a day. And yeah, I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable like sort of streak that was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like yeah, just what to do with these.
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped it 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no! Well, this is, you're about to say something really interesting because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. It was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then yeah, that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though, and it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them, to be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy both finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's I mean, that's just that's really what I play poker for, to be honest. Like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be fields like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, yeah, they're really really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really, I don't really have much desire to play them because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. Yeah, 35th, 20,000. But it's what? Can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with Ace Queen against Sam Grafton's Ace King, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, like you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favourite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've they've took you to the heart because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
You had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So, yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And, yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the Super High Roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8s, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the Super High Roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day, though. So I jumped in the Super High Roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up, and then come back the next day for day 2 of the Super High Roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They were like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then yeah, the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heat. It was a good few days over there, and yeah, I really liked it over there. Actually, I went to the Incheon, was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester and finishing 2nd to Ben Marigeds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, yeah, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy, and yeah, so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things, and I think I had ace-4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick 6 on the turn, so it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader when we go to Vegas. You're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. We were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game, and yeah, like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow, and yeah, I had Conor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really good player, and yeah, I ended up making this fold with ace king jack in a hand, in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces, and he was like, wow, and he had his vlog out and everything, and yeah, that was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day two, I was, as you say, I was chip leader with 60 left, and in a really commanding position, but I just got in two ridiculous hands, and I mean, that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't expect it to be frittered away, that is for sure. MPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy.
Yeah.
The MPNPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London, and I was playing it. But yeah, it was. That tournament went amazingly for me, and the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting me. He's a really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, but yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka, actually.
What was the reason for? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got.
Or was that the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets, and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka, and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be honest.
Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
We finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just the £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of?
Well,
what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. Like and I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives, and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath, and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, but like, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very like sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations. But just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something, I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week, but David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, "Yeah, David, how you doing, mate?" But when I sat down, he was like, "Oh, hello, Richard. I've heard a lot about you." that was really funny. I think. Yeah, he turned around to me and he went, "Hello, Richard. I've heard to keep an eye on you. I've heard you're really." I think that it was when we just got back, he'd just been on a break, and Katie Swift and Jeff and Joe, his coaches, had worded him up, sort of thing.
What do you think about his performance? He finished 40th out of the 9,300. Obviously, the TV crew were there as well.
I mean, it really, really was a fairy tale. It's remarkable. It's like if you were to replay that scenario like over and over again, you're talking like you could do that for the next 100 years and he would not go that deep. It was sort of one of those freak lucky. Like I absolutely loved it. The deeper and deeper that he went, and when he was chip leader or something with that 100 left, it's just absolutely. It was like the stars were aligning, wasn't it? I mean, and that was just for me. So for you guys who'd bought into it for a bit longer and things like that, you must have been really, really excited the deeper he went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final 5 hands of the just before hitting the final day was as good as what anybody could have expected.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like when he just started winning those big hands and stuff, and he just gathered the momentum. And I played a couple of hands against him, and yeah, it was tough. I raised under the gun in one and with ace 10 and he re-raised, and it was just like I just didn't know what to do. I felt like he was very, very difficult to play against, to be honest. So maybe
after the Goliath, September 2019, your third final table of the year was GUKPT Leeds. You chopped it 6 ways, where you took home 20,000. What was the deal? What was the deal like done? Yeah, you didn't want to continue playing for nothing. Everyone put the money back in the pot and sit and go for the title.
It was a real odd one, actually. Yeah, Mike, one of the other players left, who had the big chip lead. Me and him were good friends, and we'd both made the mini main final earlier in the week, actually.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, when we got 6-handed, it all sort of got really, really cagey, and Mike had a slight chip lead, but no one really else. And the next place out was perhaps must have been about 8,000 or something, and then the first place would have been like 40,000 or something. So it was really, really cagey, and I didn't have the best seat position. I wasn't feeling too great about the situation, to be honest. And yeah, we just ended up getting brought out let's discuss a deal basically where everybody takes their ICM number now, and then everyone chucks, I think, £1,200 each. Oh no, £200 each. No, it was only £200 each back in, and you play for £1,200 and the trophy. So yeah, I think everyone was pretty happy with the deal. It was one of those situations where next out was pretty bad considering how even everyone was to being first.
Yeah, Brett Angel eventually going on to win it. It was.
So this was maybe time. I was playing heads up. I was playing heads up cards for the title this time, not just a flip. It was in my own destiny, and then second place again.
We move on to another third, but this time one of the favourite places to play. GUKPT Blackpool, 365 entries. You finished third, as we've just said. Another 40,000 in the coffers. Did this one seem more winnable?
Yeah, for sure. I remember standing up and looking around the room towards the end of day 2, and I thought, yeah, I really want this one. I think this is winnable. And then I think me and Terry Jordan and somebody else bagged 1 million ish chips at the end of the day. So like coming back for day 3, I was really confident. I had a good table draw start of day 3 as well. But what it was actually the Remembrance Day sort of parade on the pier.
Oh yeah.
Up north. So me just like looking around at the Remembrance Day, what was going on, all of that stuff. But then it's interesting. It's like when you're in Vegas, you look down the strip and you think, oh well, it's just down there, isn't it? So I'm looking down, and I had a big case on me as well. So it was horrible. I ended up running about 2 miles with this huge case on me, and I wasn't very fit at the time either. And if you ever watch the footage on YouTube, when I walk in about 8 minutes late, I'm panting and I'm all red and I'm ripping all my hoodies off. Oh, it was not good. But then I had a good start to the day. I think that when we went onto the final table, I had a really good player on my left who also had chips, Matt Erdley, and that really hampered my chances of winning that tournament. I thought I navigated the final table pretty well, but him just having a position on me was very difficult because he was just able to put a lot of ICM leverage on me, and that was always going to be a tough one to win. But yeah, I was happy.
Always remember you coming into the casino. You just look like you've done a week out with Bear Grylls.
Honestly. It was bad. It's but it's my own fault. I won't do that again.
But 2019, as we've just seen, it was an amazing year. A record for GUKPT main event final tables. 6 25-25 series final tables back to back.
Yeah,
three deep stack finals, 5 GUKPT PLO cashes from the 5 that you played. Rich, there's no wonder you ended up as Grosvenor 2019 Player of the Year.
No, it was from the get go. It just snowballed. It was just an incredible heater. What more can I say? I don't know. People have been asking me a lot recently about how I did go deep in so many, and it's sort of the only answer that I can give really is my game's sort of designed to play against. So I obviously my main background is playing online tournaments, so I'm sort of well equipped to deal with like the young kids and the GTO, and I know how to counter them. But it's the 10 years experience of looking the local players in the eyes in the casino and knowing what makes them tick, and it just allows you to have 3 or 4 extra lives in some spots, because there's hands where I'll just know one of the older guys is I just know he's absolutely got it. And I'll be able to sort of get away from this spot where I should never get away. Whereas these young kids will just walk into the casino, they'll play a hand and they think, oh, it's standard to get it in here. And yeah, it just allowed me to have 3 or 4 more lives in a lot of those tournaments last year. It was sort of crazy how I was getting away from some of the spots, really.
Was it true that when you played the online leg?
Yeah.
You was chip leader in every time you went through?
Not in every one, but I was doing really, really well in the online legs. It was becoming a bit of a running joke how well I was running.
It's not bad when people recognise that Rich Kelly's got chips. Yeah, he played day 1 online. That's all he's done.
Yeah, and that was great for me as well, not having to go to go around and play. I think the online day ones being introduced was a brilliant idea.
Well, we carried it on straight to 2020. You went. Was you back in Australia for the winter?
I wasn't actually back in. I usually go every winter, and I live with my friend over there, and we play for a cricket club over there, and I've got lots of friends over there at the cricket club. So I usually go over there for a few months, but this time I ended up losing my passport around November time, and it was an awful process then, because I've lost so many over the years. They were interviewing me and I wasn't sure if I was going to get one, but yeah, I managed to get one, and I flew over there on Boxing Day, spent some time with my friends over New Year, and then I I was in Melbourne for the Aussie Millions. Yeah,
the side events. The $96,000 first place, 403 runners. Was that including bounties, or was that excluding?
It was $141,000 including bounties. So yeah, I think I got $139,000 as the main prize and 2,000 in bounties. Yeah, and I was heads up against like an Aussie poker legend called the Crocodile Man.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had everybody. Like I had a few friends who I obviously living in Australia every winter. I know quite a few Aussies and stuff, and they'd come over and say like good luck, and I had a few English friends over, but like his support was just unbelievable in the heads up, and we played heads up for 5 or 6 hours. So he'd have like Shane Warne coming over like, come on Crocky, and Joe Hasham would come over and be like, come on Crocky. But yeah, I managed to, he started the heads up with about 3-1 chip lead, and I managed to again grind it back and won my first, well, I'd say probably my most significant poker win and my Aussie Millions ring. Yeah.
And then 2020 stopped, and we went in lockdown, and we grew a beard, and you know, how strange has it been for you?
The first couple of months were well, I don't know. I think that even it's like lots of my friends and things, when they were all locked in the house, they started doing Zoom calls with their friends, and they were like, oh, we're having a poker game. So like poker became massive, and I'd say 50% of my friends who had never played poker had started playing at this point, or playing at home with their friends and online and things. For the first 2 months, I was absolutely loving it. I was playing all the time. The games were brilliant. I was like, yeah, lockdown. And like people were getting really negative about it, but I was kind of embracing it. And yeah, the first ever GUKPT was played online, and I ended up going into I was chip leader on the final table of that one. Would you believe? And I ended up busting out in fourth. I ended up busting out in fourth and got £9,000. I ran a huge bluff with 6 left that I would never try again, I don't think. But, and then yeah, so for the first 2 months, I was putting in absolutely insane volume, and I was playing probably on average 12-13 hours a day. But then I was struggling to sleep because when you play so much online, 10, 12, 13 hours a day, your brain's so active, battling against the best players in the world. So your brain's so active. So when I was finishing my sessions, my brain's whizzing, and I couldn't sleep very well. I was struggling to switch off. So yeah, in the last 6 weeks or something, I've not played as much. I'm just playing a little bit of cash games here and there, and then in a week or two, the World Series of Poker Online starts. So I'm sort of just doing a bit of studying and getting ready for that, really.
Nice one. We're going to just about to finish, but we've got some quick fire questions. You can answer them as quickly as you want to, or you can elongate them if you need to.
Okay.
Live or online? What's your best?
Ooh, well, people would always think, for me, live, but I would say that primarily I'm an online poker player.
Best player you've played against?
Best player I've played against? I've got to say Doyle Brunson.
We've seen you've had a royal flush on our feature tables. How many rolls have you had in your career?
Right, so I would say about between 25 and 30, but I remember having, when I was playing in Australia, when I was grinding those leaderboards, I had 3 in 1 week, and it was crazy. To get 3 in 1 week's mental, because you won in 221,000 or something to get one, I think.
Money or the title?
I would always have in the past said money, but I quite liked my Australia Aussie Millions ring when it was. I don't know. Maybe it's because I won it there though. I'd say in the main money though.
Who's your nemesis at the poker table?
My nemesis at the table. Wow.
Yes.
Nemesis at the table.
They call me one. You've been so good.
I'm trying to think of my nemesis at the table. We'll say Steve Warburton, because me and him were always like sort of rivals in the Manchester area coming up. So yeah, and he used to have my number as well. He was like Simon Dedman. He used to be able to look me up and down and just know when I was bluffing and when I had it.
Favorite place to play?
It's got to be Melbourne, Australia, at the Crown Casino.
Rich, what's next?
I'm